way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain, he folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. You're a damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated.
This question.
We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Hello everyone, we're back. How are y'all doing? Did anyone subscribe? I don't think so. Yeah, once again we're back. Hanging out. Neoliberal car, that's true. Should I return to return to Kegel? I like someone making a parody of that lady. She's hanging with Hawes again. I think she's great. Yeah, what's been going on recently? There's Trudeau news, there's Canada news, and it's funny because it's even like more stuff at work. Thank you for the 2-1. It's true. Many people saying I look like Levega, and honestly, I don't see it just because we're brunette. I'm a brunette, right? And bangs and glasses. Like, we don't all look the same, okay? That meme is actually has gotten like out of hand because I thought it was funny initially, but I do think like I can't stop it. I'm not in a BF t-shirt. I'm in a, it's like office but cunty. It's like business slutty. I saw this. I don't know where I bought this. I was like, that's great. It's cool. I like it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I think Office Siren Core. Absolutely. I was born to be an Office Siren. Sleepy Sophia. Voice crack. Sleepy Sophia, thank you for the 9 months. I was born to be an Office Siren, I think. Born to be Office Siren, forced to podcast. That's my life, basically. But it's fine. Born to have boring email job, forced to podcast. It's Live Agar, it's true. What? Okay. I got no sleep last night, unfortunately, so I'm a little out of it. But my Vyvanse is gonna kick in a second, and we'll be fine. Trudeau stuff. We can talk about that, right? Did anything else happen before I get into that? There was that wild tweet. Should I talk about that? Do you guys see that? Because there was a video of Israeli like at like crying and talking at a funeral for a soldier that was killed like in an ambush in Gaza. Does anyone know the tweet I'm talking about? Maybe they deleted it. No, they didn't. It's crazy. The Pingu one, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. The Deep V is also just wild. It's such a wild fashion choice. Attending the funeral of your friend who died invading Poland or whatever. In the club outfit. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, we can do the Trudeau stuff now. The deepest of V's. And it's like offset too. Did he do blackface for no, he didn't do blackface for a third time. He's done blackface way more times than 3 times. And that's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. He's done blackface so many times. Like when that first dropped, I remember that so distinctly, the night that the first blackface thing dropped. Because like I remember like election, like Canada election Twitter was losing their fucking mind, or just Canadian political Twitter in general. And the news dropped when he was on the airplane. It's actually relevant to now. He was on, you know, Canadian Air Force One, Blackface One, as it's now called. When it dropped, and then they landed, and then the press got onto the airplane to answer his questions, or to ask him questions while he was like in the middle of the aisle. And they were asking him, like, you know, one reporter asked, like, has it happened another time? And it's like, okay, surely he's going to be like, it's a one-time thing. And he was like, I don't know. He described himself, I remember, as a costume enthusiast. That it was like, I've lost, he was basically like, I've lost track of how many times I've done blackface. I'm trying to search out.
Somewhere in Manitoba.
No, it's not this.
Canadian Prime Minister.
Like, look at the video of him. Like, look at the press conference. No, this isn't. It's like the most absurd.
Do you think you should resign? Would you have asked called for them to step down?
I think there are people who've made mistakes in.
I like the idea because it's like there are French and English questions. The French questions are like, I do not know why people are mad about this.
In this life.
And then it's like asked to Trudeau, and he's like, oui, je parle comment. The people are angry. And then in English, he's like, I deeply apologize.
Actually do what they did, and on a case-by-case basis. I think I deeply regret that I did that. I should have known better, but I didn't.
How do you feel about this coming out right now?
Obviously, I regret that I did it.
Is it crazy? It's so funny, like, how bad the Conservatives were. That, like, they lost anyways. Like, this is an election season
Not about
thing.
timing. It's about having done something that I shouldn't have done, and I'm really sorry I did.
Have you the only time you've done something like this, Mr. Trudeau? Is that the only time in
Here
your
you
life
go.
you've ever done something like that?
When I was in high school, I dressed up at a talent show and sang Dale. With makeup on. Au secondaire, je me suis
And then he says it in French.
déguisé avec du maquillage et je chantais Dale.
There is something so, like, the bilingual press conference that feels like it's beyond parody.
L'adversaire de démissionner. Si quelqu'un au Parti conservateur avait fait ça, vous nous demanderiez aujourd'hui de démissionner.
Je regarderai leur comportement et je regarderai ce qu'ils ont fait. C'est sûr que moi, je suis quelqu'un qui a œuvré toute ma vie pour contrer l'intolérance.
Mr. Trudeau, what do you say to racialized Canadians?
I should have known better, and I can just
Where is
stand
Costume
here and say
Enthusiast?
that I made a mistake when I was younger, and I wish I hadn't.
Are you
I should have known better then, but I didn't. And
This is actually, it's surreal. It's surreal that it
I did it, and I am deeply sorry for it.
was a racialized. That is a strange way of putting
come
that.
out with one of these photos during the campaign. Would an apology have been enough for you to allow them to stay?
I've been forthright when this has come forward that it is something.
I want to find. Justin Trudeau costume enthusiast. 'Cause it's crazy. What was it? I've been more enthusiastic about costumes. Been more enthusiastic about costumes than it is sometimes appropriate. Did I skip through that maybe? It's incredible. It's so insane. Like, he's our Obama. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know how much of a fake country you have to have for it to be this guy? You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. Anyways. So there was a somewhat similar... Trudeau is not doing well. They're not doing well in the polls. 338, which is like our version of 538, but there are, 338 seats in parliament instead of the 538 electors. Their current federal projections give it is statistically impossible with the current polling, if there was an election today, for the Conservatives not to gain a majority. We do have a Canadian Nate Silver. What's his name again? Philippe Fournier. And of course, he's Québécois. There is now an odds tracker for who gets official opposition. Nate Dargent. Which, like, in Canada is crazy. For context, the Liberal Party has never, ever, not been official opposition or no, that's not true. Only once. Sorry, in 2011. But other than that, no election in Canadian history has the Liberal Party not either been in power or official opposition. So it's like, it's insane that there is an odds for opposition tracker. That it's like, well, fuck, I have to track something. This isn't fun. There's no one cares about this. They're just what? Like, he's just done as a candidate, like as a politician. Like people are tired of him. He's been in power for too long. It's really difficult in general to stay in power for like a decade. Like people get sick of you. It's hard to, you know. But yeah, there are people who are coping. I talked about this before. That there is like a Biden dead ender sort of thing, but for Trudeau, where they're saying the polls are cucked. Let me find. I did a post about this recently. Am I scrolling too much? Hold on, let me find it. Shoot. Why does the Twitter search thing just not work? Basically, like they're doing the Bill Mitchell thing in 2016 where he was like, the polls are cucked. And the funny thing is that, like, for the context, he was like, I mean, obviously he wasn't right for the right reason. It's kind of a thing you blindly throw a dart on a dartboard and then you just happen to like get in the right area. Like, as like people like Nate Silver were saying, like Trump in 2016, Trump is like a standard polling error, like away from winning. And it was the case, right? This is not a standard polling error. This is 20 points. Like to get for election polls to consistently get this wrong by 20 points. And then also there are like there's another important question. There's another important component of this, which is the by-elections that have happened recently. So the one in Montreal is really important because Montreal, as I said before, it's like liberal Death Star. That's like the liberal like that's the last place for the you know, it's one of the strongest liberal party areas in the country. It's like you know, Democrat New York. And there's a recent by-election in La Salle-Verdun, and in 2021 this was a liberal seat by 20 points. Like 20 points. Like it's very... California is honestly not that liberal. It's like 60-40, isn't it? How liberal is New York? Bloc Québécois are a sovereignist party. Successionist... the term is sovereignist. They do want an independent Quebec, although independent Quebec is kind of... like Québécois are weird. They're kind of right. They're right wing in ways, and then they're like social democratic in ways. But they argue for like they're advocating for Quebec, because the secessionist movement is kind of not in a good spot. One of the reasons why is like it's just a demographic change, that there are a lot more people living in Quebec who are like immigrants and don't identify with the like Quebec national, and like a part of the reason they moved there was to stay in Canada, and that's like changed to where like they did have some referendums and it was very, very close. They almost left, but it's, at least as it stands going into the future, it seems unlikely. But yes, they're like, they want an independent Quebec where they advocate for, yeah, some kind of national socialism. Yeah, exactly. 2% away, yeah. But plus 20, and this is now, there's an, also I love all of the ridiculous, the way the ballot works. Just like any, I don't know the rules for this. It's so funny to have no one vote for you. Oh, what is that effect? That's cool. It's so cool to have no one vote for you. I don't know why you're allowed to do so many. Then the Marxist-Leninist getting 41 votes. But this is now a block seat now. They lost it by like 1%, which is like insane. It's like negative 20 points. So clearly the polls are not cucked. clearly the polls are tracking a real phenomena here, where in the 2021, I believe the Conservatives still won the popular vote, but first past the post, you know, owned O'Michael. The Liberals still held a minority. But yeah, I'm trying to find. Maybe did I delete the post? It was someone basically just saying like the polls are cocked. Here we go. I found it. Like this lady. Is that a brown bear? Big Money Gripper 1914. That's quite the name. Thank you for the Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime, like Big Money Gripper, you can give me money for free, or you can subscribe tier 1, 2, and 3. It's much appreciated. Support the stream. Like they're making threads like this. In 2019, poll signed Andrew Scheer would win by 12 points. Wrong. He lost big. So this was just like a really big. This was at the peak of a corruption scandal. I believe it was the corruption scandal, right? For the Liberals. And it was a moment where there's a public opinion shift where it looked like Conservatives would win really well, win really big. But it was like a couple, polls. It was I think this was Lavalin, wasn't it? Lavalin scandal. 2021 polls say Aaron 2 would win 80 points. Wrong. Conservatives lose again. Because like obviously there are.
I'm gay.
Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. It's my favorite. Like obviously there are outliers. So 1 week polling phenomenon. Yeah, there are outliers obviously, and there are. But like, do you know what I mean? It doesn't like, it's not, these guys are basically more insane than Bill Mitchell. So there's a lot of like liberal cope at the moment. But very recently, because obviously like liberal MPs are like, what the fuck? If an MP in a plus 20 liberal seat like lost, then like what, like we're fucked, right? Like Trudeau needs to step down. No one likes Trudeau. So now there seems to be more. There was an attempt before to do this, but now there's another one now. A couple months ago, to force him to step down. And they're doing some like real, I guess not real top secret shit because it's been reported on. There's like this insane like binding letter that they've signed that's completely private. They don't want anyone. In meetings for people to sign this, they were kicking out the English French translators because it's like no one can like no one is fucking leaking the things we're saying. Like, asked to sign their names to what amounts to a pledge to stand together in calling for Trudeau to resign. It's like it functions like a coalition in EU4 where it's like, if they start doing it, you have to do it too. Like that's the idea. So it's like they can't split. Like if you sign it, you've agreed to it, and Trudeau can't like force you to not do it. So it's clear that there's also stuff that happened behind the scenes the last time they tried to do this, which was in July when the Biden stuff was happening, because Canada is America. Actually, I think it's resign. I wonder if it would be resign as PM or it's resign, like not, is give up leadership in the next election. I actually don't know if that's a separate thing. I can't remember. I'm sure it is. Condition they not be named to insensitivity. At least 20 MPs have signed the document. The MP signatures have spilled onto a second page. Other caucus members have since called since word of document's existence started to spread. They want to sign it. So it is fun. Like what Trudeau could possibly be thinking in these situations. I know before the by-election where they fucking ate shit, I couldn't find the quote, but Trudeau was quoted being like, we're going to win it all. Like, not only are we going to keep our seat, we're going to win the by-election it was in Manitoba. We're going to win there as well. It was like, they got 4% of the vote. Like 4% of the vote. in for the Liberal Party in any seat is like insane. As it's on the document now, it's an insurance policy of sorts. They can't be disavowed if the pressure gets too high. It's like they're fucking unionizing. Said the Trudeau. Okay, and then this subtends into the other story related to a very sudden trip that Trudeau just took to Laos. The first time a Canadian PM has ever been to Laos. For some like Southeast Asian Economic Conference that MPs are saying was like basically a way to dodge questions about like why the fuck he isn't stepping down. Spent a little more than 48 hours on the ground in the capital of Laos. It's like Eric Adams level superfluous trip. Status of the Association of Southeast Asian Countries elevated last year. If Trudeau didn't show up, the federal government could have been accused of snubbing Southeast Asia. So he's checked out, but I mean, he's clearly like, I mean, I guess I don't know all the nature of the internal politics, but this is clearly not, he's in his Trudeau bunker, his Fuyard bunker, just like pronounce it French style. World's fifth largest economy. And people are not particularly happy about him doing this. More pressure is mounting. The question of whether he's able to be forced out is actually something I'm not sure about. Convincing me he can become PR and come back and lead in a few years. That's true. I mean, that is something he would. I think like his dad is an important component of this. Yeah, you're right. That he can step down and then come back. You're right. That is what they should be doing. Because you're right, that's what he did. That's Gene. That's the way of going about it. He clearly wants to get like more years than his dad, I think. And to be clear, Pierre Trudeau is like terrible. Macron's visit? No, the kiss of death was him going on Stephen fucking Colbert. Like, Canadian politicians are so stupid. They know that like Canadians only watch American media. So they're like, let's go on.
Hey everybody, look at that.
Let's go on fucking.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin
Like, what is he
Trudeau.
doing here?
You're in town, as I said. For the UN General Assembly. What is Canada's role on the world stage?
This is also, by the way, was this right before the by-election? Like he like the way that this was presented was him like going out and fucking going and partying in New York.
We're a really connected country. We have people from every corner of the world, but we also engage
Bisexual, Trudeau. He has to be
actively in the world in a way that not everyone does.
This isn't as funny as Jagmeet Singh going on the Breakfast Club and saying that he's Canadian AOC. That one was much funnier than fucking Colbert. Yeah, it's great. That's so funny that the quote they ran with Kamala here is "I'm not Joe Biden," given the fact that that is literally the only difference she presented. We could transition to American politics. It's looking grim everywhere, man. Okay, maybe I just voted. I just voted today in the BC provincial election. Maybe we don't. I think NDP might win there. Although I don't fucking know. All of the polling at the provincial level is not very good. Yeah, I wrote in Joseph Biden. How is it top of the hour? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll talk about me voting, I guess. New BC Premier Joseph Biden. Let's do it. Fuck it. He needs something to do. I'm sure he could do it. Hard luck for BC Conservatives. Damn. Human instrumentality. Thank you for 2 years. Mine's Green or NDP, or Green or Conservative. So I voted for the Green Party, which I'm happy about. Because I didn't want to. I don't know if I would have voted for the NDP. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I could tolerate voting for that party as they stand. I mean, they're a conservative party now. The Greens are like Bernie Light, basically. The BC NDP are like the Conservatives federally now. On like, it's like we need to axe the tax and get rid of the gatekeepers. They could have fucking ran on that. The BC NDP could have ran on that. Those are like two. They're getting rid of the carbon tax. Or it's where it's like we'll get rid of to get rid of the carbon tax, it would have to be like, as I understand it, the BC NDP implemented a carbon tax before Trudeau did, but it's a federal tax, so obviously they can't get rid of it. So if it's gotten rid of federally, yeah. Besides culture, I mean, you know, like the BC Conservatives are fucking insane. Besides like the question of whether the vaccine causes AIDS. You know, like, besides the question of whether the election was stolen in 2020 in America, they are very similar. Like, on a lot of, in terms of, like, their views on police, the homeless crisis, drug epidemic, they have a similar attitude. Honestly, I don't know if I would have voted if I was in an American swing state. I don't know how I would feel. I probably would vote, honestly, but I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. We don't really have that much healthcare. For who? For RFK Jr., obviously. I'm writing him in. BC NDP are frustrating. Is the BC Liberals of power doing something to shape the views their mind? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how that party's changed. Yeah, better than you not saying much. Like, I have to pay for dental out of pocket. All my medication I pay out of pocket because I'm off insurance. I'm 26. We're not like Western Europe. Jamie saying, is this I assume this is a tweet of him endorsing. Yes, the NDP had a pseudo coalition with the Liberals to try to get some more healthcare. They weren't particularly successful, is my understanding. There's some shit they managed to get for people who are lower income, I think. Dental, yeah, I paid for my glasses, yeah. They weren't successful, no. It was just a bad decision by the NDP. And now they're associated with the Liberals, and so Trudeau, like, Poilievre was running against, like, NDP and Liberals, the NDP Liberal government. And so you've seen, like, with this insane drop in Liberal support, NDP are, like, down seats as well. It's, like, the fucking opportunity for them. But Jagmeet Singh is, like, progressive, not even in the Warren sense. You know how, like, they're, like, in 2020 there was the political schism. There isn't really a political schism in the Democratic Party right now, partially because of how afraid everyone is of Trump. there's this weird moment where it's like, and they've all kind of like, but the 2020 schism between like the Bernie Dem socialist and Warren progressive, like Singh is like more, is like, if Bernie's here and then Warren is here on that, Singh is like over here. Like he's what American progressives are going to look like when when that sort of left-wing opposition continues to get watered down. LPC lost centrist voters on economy, housing, immigration. They held their left flank. Oh, so like more liberal voters are staying. And then the ones in the center have gone. I guess so. I don't know, like, I don't know how coherent most people's voting policies are. People see things in really weird ways. I feel like it's not, like, I feel like it's hard to simplify like that. Like, any sort of liberal, and I mean, a part of that is also, like, the left flank of the liberals have not been convinced by the NDP. Because they haven't had a convincing, like, message, I guess. Door knocking for the BC NDP. What is your impression? What is your impression of I'm curious. Like how many, I remember hearing someone talk about the BC NDP, of door knocking for the NDP, how like a lot of people just didn't know there was an election. You talked to a lot of BC NDP voters, you don't like to do. That makes sense. That doesn't surprise me. They confuse parties, like which like they assume that the BC Conservatives are with the federal. I assume is the main one. Did you see that like BC NDP were trying to sue Elections Canada to force the Conservatives to put BC Conservative on the ballot? I don't know if that was a good idea. I don't think that would do anything. I understand the move, but it's not I don't think it's a good look. Yeah, I don't. Federal provincial pendulum. BC NDP messaging is terrible. It really feels like they're trying to do the like Hillary thing. That's my impression of it. I kind of don't blame them. There's a lot of new blood in the BC NDP campaign right now, right? I wonder if that's a part of it. I don't know. They seem to do really well in terms of people's impression of the debate. Although I don't know if I didn't see any actual polling on that, so maybe that's just a bubble thing. Oh, I don't think Canada would be unitary even without Quebec. Just the way that it was a confederation initially. But Quebec is definitely a component of that. They talk about issues as bad. Every tax cut is bigger than the Rustad rebate. Yeah. Yeah. In Quebec, it's rough out here right now. Isn't the Liberals are gonna win? Aren't they ahead in the provincial poll? Not the Liberals, but not because there is actually a Liberal Party, I guess. What is the provincial polling? I mean, I don't know if that party isn't particularly good. Parti Québécois, aren't they slightly more left? Honestly, I can't remember. Maybe I'm mixing them up. Yeah, there's been a shift. I guess isn't that better than what is this CIQ? They're like, yeah, they're the more conservative party. I guess that's better than here. I guess. Premier Secret. It's looking good, right? That's a pretty. When is the election? I actually don't really know provincial. Got just for the idea that if you're healthy, you no longer get a family doctor. That's insane. Like, how did friend? I don't like. I assume that that doesn't fly in Quebec. If Quebecois, if the Quebecois are anything like the French, I can't imagine that flying. I mean, I guess it isn't flying. Given. And then there's a Saskatchewan election soon, although it's kind of over. This is right-wing party that's been in power for like 15 years. And then New Brunswick is a toss-up, right? Both parties, of course, are controlled by petroleum, like oil companies. Like it's not good. I don't know what's gonna. It's hard to know, right? Although it's my understanding is that it's a lot more device. Like there is the liberal and the conservative part of New Brunswick. So the back and forth makes it less. There's a green. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, they have 2 seats. What is the other party? Penn. People's. Is that like the PPC? They made a New Brunswick PPC. No, it was formed in 2010. Oh, so it's different. It's different, but it's still purple. Was this one first? Did I not know that? Did the People's Party copy this like local? Because they're also purple. Right-wing conservative is. Oh, it's like a. They're like Socreds, almost. Is that fair to say? Mixture of economic conservatism, rural populism. It's like an Anglo party that hates French people. Bernier must be so fucking mad that he could have just been like a conservative. Yeah. It's funny, he tried to do the Reform Party thing and then he fucked it up. It's the I don't like French people party. Is it like the cultural divide in New Brunswick is the linguistic one, right? Because a big part of New Brunswick is French speaking. Provincial map. Elections. Is it just the libs vote? Is the French vote liberal? Oh. And then see, it's pretty like it's pretty regional. Like liberal up here, conservative down here. I assume it's like, yeah. I assume this is the north part is the French part. Does that have big rural communities? Like there's certain provinces where there's more rural people proportionally. But if it's fake in the US, then it would be fake in Canada, I assume. I don't know what English are more right. Ultimate proof that Anglo-Canadians are the most reactionary in the country somehow. No, I feel like we one-up each other every now and again. I mean, look, if the supposedly like most progressive, I feel like people say BC is like the most like liberal province in the country. I feel, isn't that fair? It's like one of the most ones. If we elect a guy who said that they're forcing you to stay in the bugs and eat the pod, or the other way around, eat the bugs and live in the pod, then I don't, I can't say shit to Quebec at all. think Edmonton is more progressive than Vancouver. I guess so, but then you have to live in Edmonton. No offense to Edmonton. That is a Biden count. Feels like having an aging population is making it so we have a lot of insane reactionary people. It's interesting because I know in this election, I was trying to look at the federal data. I don't think that there's enough of a variation to say that like there is any real like generational divide in terms of how people vote right now. I know in BC that at least I saw one thing that suggested that boomers are more NDP and young people are more conservative. So it might not be the case. I don't know. I had some joke, you know, that like Canada has European voting habits. Insofar as our young people are more right wing than our old people. It's not like America, where I believe it's the opposite. Really swung right lately. Yeah. I mean, I think young people. I actually don't like the territories just don't have provincial elections. They deal with local power differently than like the way this works. It's more direct, is my understanding. Is that correct? No, young Canadians don't vote. That's another thing. It's interesting. It's not just disaffected left-wing young people that don't vote. The right guys who are posting on 4chan, like if you look on Poll, it's so Canadian. There's so much fucking Canadian stuff on Poll. Is the thing that makes them territories? I guess so. I guess you're right. It's provincial because it's a premier of the province. Yeah. Yeah, it's anyone's game. It is interesting though. There was like, oh, why is it not working? There was one thing I saw. Where was this? Oh yeah. This is by, I guess, Canadian Nate Silver. I don't know. Polling in BC recently. Main Street does a poll every day. And they've had a conservative swing. I haven't looked at the specifics of the local areas and what they give support for, because I know there's just a lot of contradictory shit among all of these pollsters. The swing here is like really crazy, right? I believe this one is Polara is like tied now or something. Like it could go, you know. But I don't know. It's very the polling is very, you know, inaccurate. It's not if you think federal, like national, it's not federal, national American polling is bad, then yeah, provincial Canadian stuff, it's grim. So yeah, who fucking knows? It's interesting they have two green. I wonder what seats they are. I think what's her name? The leader of the Green Party is gonna get a seat. First to know. Where's she running again? Sonia. Where is she running? She was for Comanche Valley. Is it Beacon Hill? Victoria Beacon Hill. It's green leaning now, which is cool. That's good to hear. Because she's, yeah. I feel like the Greens, I'm kind of optimistic about the Greens provincially, honestly. Hot take. Turn to 4 seats in Surrey/Langley. Yeah. It would be really funny if the Bloc were the main opposition, so I think it should happen. I kind of have just an attitude now. It's so interesting because this shouldn't necessarily be the case. Because you even look like they're trying to get fucking Trudeau out I don't know. I actually don't know the laws around this, and I haven't seen anything to like. Can MPs oust a leader? Like legally oust a leader? Can you non-confidence vote your own leader? Like if a majority of Liberal MPs are like, no, is he gone? I don't know how that works. Or is it just a thing of like you put enough pressure and then the leader's like, wow, clearly my time is done. I can't remember how our system works, chat. It's the same. Because whenever these things happen, I can't remember the specific details of it. I just remember, like, with Truss, it was like, oh, she has to go. There's no formal mechanism. Okay. Is a vote, but can you do a vote of no confidence on a leader? Christy Clark wants to. Or something? I don't know. I don't know if Christy Clark does. Christy Clark endorsed the Conservatives in the provincial election, which doesn't strike me as someone... Christy Clark, yeah, she did. I was surprised by this too, because we saw her TikTok. Like, she's clearly ramping up for something, but it's really stupid for her to do that. Haven't heard Christy Clark in years. Yeah, that's a name. That is the first politician I have practically hated in my life. Is Christy Clark. But if she wants to make a because she's a part of, or was a part of, the party that used to exist, the Liberal Party in BC, like the provincial party. But if you're unaware, provincial party not directly affiliated with the federal party. And the BC Liberals were mainly former like social creditors. Like they were fiscal conservatives. They were socially in the middle, I guess, kind of neutral fiscal conservatives. It's like that part of, because explain in MBA terms, because like the Liberals implemented like the quote unquote woke gender education that the Conservatives are now running on destroying. There's like such a, but they are much more right wing. Like the provincial Liberal Party was much more right wing, kind of vaguely, not really totally affiliated with the federal federal Liberal Party. So if you would think that Christy Clark and the carbon tax, you're right, that wasn't the NDP. You're right, it was the Liberals. You would think if Christy Clark wanted to, like she was very anti-labor, for instance. Like I remember living through teacher strikes. I was in like elementary and high school that were because they would like just did not budge on allowing like paying teachers more money. The strikes every 3 years, yeah. But if she wants to become like a federal liberal figure, endorsing the conspiracy party is like a really stupid fucking idea. Just staying neutral is probably the best thing, right? That's what I thought she was doing, but I heard, maybe I should verify this. Endorse conservative. Oh, maybe she's, I don't know what she's doing. She endorsed Carré. Did he say his name? Cust? In the Conservative. Because he was like, it's so funny that he ran as the Conservative. Is it Carré? Okay. Maybe she didn't endorse. Maybe the person telling me that was lying. Analysis: David Evian and defeat align with Christy Clark on key housing initiative. Initially conceived by the Christy Clark-led BC government. Maybe she didn't endorse anyone. Maybe I'm wrong. She just stays neutral. Federal Tories running to the extremes. I don't know. I think maybe she is. It was Campbell that, yeah, Campbell definitely, he was a Lib, right? But I guess I'm sure she voted conservative. I'm sure she did. But I guess she didn't publicly endorse. So yeah, I think she wants to go for a federal. I said this before. She's the perfect Canadian Hillary Clinton. Because Polyev, I don't think I showed you guys. I was meaning to. Did I close it? I'm so silly. No, here it is. Polyev is not doing very well. People don't like him that much. He's now at -1 approval. Is this a poll aggregate or is this a single? Like that's not very popular. And he still is getting a super majority if the election happened today. Like people don't like Polyev that much. Especially if he gets a majority, it's going to be fucking Starmer level approval rating. It's going to be like the second they don't have Trudeau to hate, and it's like, let's look at this fucking asshole who's our prime minister now and can do whatever the fuck he wants. They're going to hate him immediately, right? So, like I'm trying to think of like the liberal, like the general trajectory. Oh no, I'm so confident on this. I'm so confident on this call, that he's a one-term premier. But like, who could they replace Trudeau with? Who would lose to him in like 2029? And the only answer I can think of is fucking Christy Clark. She's the only person, because she's being floated. Like people are like, who is the Trudeau replacement? I don't know. I honestly don't think Polyev has been the worst in terms of a charisma suck, because he has like a certain type of charisma. He's just annoying. Freeland too, I guess. Oh, that is the interesting thing is like I don't want to say Trudeau is a good politician because he's a dumb guy. He's stupid. He doesn't have good political acumen, as we can clearly see by the fact that he's just ignoring his party. But he's like he is a charismatic, attractive man. He's presentable. Like, what other fucking politician recently? You know who was good? Was Jagmeet Singh when he was allowed to be fucking mean to conservatives who were heckling him. Like there's a version of Singh and a version of the NDP that knows what it's doing, that just lets him like just do that shit. That wins, I think. Maybe not, I don't know. But tough guy Singh, let him do the shit he was doing in 2019. But what was I saying? Layton was the last big charisma. Yeah, probably. That's probably true. He has chud charm. Yeah, the base likes him. That's the thing. The conservative base likes him. It's just like people don't. He's like a weird economic crank, and he explains things in a really simple way to people. He has a message, and and it's very planned, right? Like, he knows what he's doing. Eleanor criminal to Toronto. I don't know. What is that? Also, if you like the stream, please give me money. It's $6 a month. Remember that old video? Oh, did I hide this guy? Oopsie. Oh wait, no. I want the other one. Where did the lizard go? What did the other lizard go? Did I delete him by accident? Newsom is like the 28. Sorry, how does math work? Yeah, the 2028 candidate if Kamala loses. Because they're like, we need a white guy. The Bill Maher Trouble. I just haven't watched it. Super Moses. Super Moose. Yes, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Oh, I don't know if I want. We can watch this later. I will. Okay, I will watch it. Mounting a new effort to oust Trudeau. MPs are pulled into meetings. Yeah, this is my opinion. Oh, did Paul in Canada follow me? That's funny. This is my opinion too. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. In any world in which liberals didn't just want to sleepwalk into being completely decimated, like the election next year is not over. It's so far from like he doesn't have that good of an approval rating. Anyone who's okay, and we have a race again. We have an election where the liberals are within the statistical possible range of getting at least a minority. But that's not happening. I agree. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, absolutely. If Kamala loses, the Democrats are going to go right, by the way. That's what they're like 100%. That's what they're going to decide. Because with Trump earlier, they could have just been like, it's a fluke. Then it's like, no, we need to abandon some of these groups that we've been standing for. If they're already doing it for immigrants, 100%. I mean, they are already going right. Yeah. Even if it's real, I don't know what happens. I don't know if Freeland wins. I think the person who wins, if they have a proper liberal like debate stuff, I don't think Freeland is the one who wins. I also don't think it's Christy Clark. I think it's someone who I don't know right now, because I don't pay all that much attention to the liberal politicians. I don't know. Oh, Mark Miller? I guess so. There's a couple, I mean, I don't know. There's been an absence in a lot of countries of like just at least okay politicians. It's crazy that Hillary did just cheat on that debate, and it's like whatever. Like she cheated on it. It's wild. She had the questions beforehand. They fed it to her. Like that's not like a conspiracy. Like it happened. You know, Hillary Clinton, this is all Hillary Clinton's fault, including the BC provincial election. I'm like not even, it's all Hillary Clinton's fault. Everything that's going on right now is Hillary Clinton's fault. We live in the bad place, the bad timeline, and it's because of her. Oh, I've heard Carney floated as well. I see that. That's possible. Like I see these people beating Polyev in some world. Especially if they like if they take a firm break from Trudeau. If they don't do that. Okay, I wanted to watch this because it's related.
We're back here with the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam
Does
Vice
Carney not have speaking ability?
President,
Maybe I'm mixing him up with someone else.
Thanks so much for dropping by this evening.
Of course.
Polling shows that a lot of people, especially independent voters, really want this to be a change election.
It's so crazy. Because for a long time, like the belief was like, why is the Biden campaign, sorry, Freudian slip, the Kamala campaign not letting her speak and do shit? And then she does this like round of press tours, and it's not even like she's getting such softball questions, and she just can't fucking answer them.
And that they tend to break for you in terms of thinking about change. You are a member of the President administration. Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
It's because she doesn't believe in anything. It really is fundamentally like Kamala does not believe in anything. She is cynical. And there are political moments where that's useful, and there are political moments where...
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I noticed.
And so that would be one change in terms of... But also, I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
There's a famous winning strategy against Donald Trump is emphasizing how bad he is.
And so when we think about the significance of what this next generation
There's just no answer.
of leadership looks like, were I to be elected president,
There's no answer.
Frankly,
This, like, they know, the Kamala camp knows that, like, she polls better when she positions herself as different from Biden. Like, they were like, what does it look like for independent? What does it look like for voters when Kamala runs on the victories of Biden? The good effects, he said, not good.
I
What is it like when she campaigns in a thing of like, I'm doing this despite the thing that Biden wants to do, and it's always the veteran.
love
They
it.
know that. Like there was a specific report I'm referencing, or I saw a tweet about it, of like that poll, and it's like Kamala staffers are aware of this
the American people
being the
and
case.
I believe in our country. I
It's
love
nothing.
that it is our character and nature to be an ambitious people. You know, we have aspirations, we have dreams, we have incredible work ethic, and I just believe that we can
Even watch it,
create
man.
and build upon the success we've achieved in a way that we continue to grow opportunity and in that way grow the strength of our nation.
It's just a nonsense answer.
For example, my economic policies, I think of it,
Okay,
and
here you
I've
go.
named it as creating an opportunity economy. Economic policies, I think of it and I've named it as creating an opportunity economy. So it's about things like investing in small businesses. I love our small businesses. The woman who helped raise us, we call her our second mother because my mother worked long days and hours. She was a small business owner.
So it's just not. It's just she dodged the question. It's cool because that's not a challenging question. That's a question you want to answer. Is like, why are you different than Biden? Biden is historically unpopular.
So as a child, I grew up knowing that a small business owner is someone who is a leader in the community, hires locally, trains locally, builds, contributes to the civic and the cultural fabric, right? So my plan includes extending a tax deduction for startup small businesses to $50,000 instead of what currently it is at $5,000, because nobody in 2024 can start up a small business with $5,000. I believe, and you know, I spend a lot of
It's just not mentioning Biden. I don't know why they're doing this. I actually couldn't fucking tell you.
time talking in particular with young families, young people across our country, and frankly, Stephen, the American dream right now is really elusive for far too many people in terms of even aspiring to own a home. It's too expensive. We don't have enough housing. We have a housing shortage. So part of my plan is to work with the private sector, with builders and developers, to build 3 million more homes by the end of my first term, and to give first-time
It is funny how much of at least in terms of rhetoric, there's been like an absolute YIMBY victory.
buyers a $25,000
Which is also ironic because the BC Conservatives are NIMBYs.
down payment assistance so they can just get their foot in the door to home ownership, which is the fastest and the most efficient way for people to build intergenerational wealth. These are the ways that I think about how we build up our country in a way that is about supporting the middle class. I come from the middle class. I'm never going to forget where I come from. And I know that the middle class and strength.
So it's just it's a deflection.
About the job. Have you 3.5 years? Why hasn't she fixed everything already? Can you describe to them what the job of vice president is like?
It's so interesting. This is such a good. It's such a like Colbert is giving her not even like he's answering the question for her of like. You really aren't Joe Biden, and it's not your fault. All the best of this happening right now, right?
And what have you told Tim Walz about the job?
It's interesting the Tim thing that it turns out that the reason why they chose Tim Walz over Shapiro was because like he's more timid. Like they probably figured that he was easier to control. Like it's not a policy thing.
Have you described to him the vast powers vested in the vice presidency?
I did. I have pointed out through my 3.5 years of being vice president that it's vice president, and there are a lot of responsibilities that you take on. But you know, did you see that kid who was interviewed after their debate? And you have to see it, Stephen. And he gave just a total civics lesson about the role of vice president.
Oh yes, in the audience.
But she's not even answering. I don't know. It's weird though. Like if you're spineless, why not just say fuck Biden? Yeah, they didn't like Shapiro because he has presidential aspirations, whereas Walz is a lot easier to control. Um, like if she's fucking spineless, then why don't you just like, I don't know, say fuck the guy you're in the office with. You like the first Biden Harris interaction that I remember was during one of the first debates where Kamala was like, I remember like as a kid, it was some story of her as a kid, like, and her experience with like, or was it her mom? I'm not doing the ages, not adding the age math properly, but it was about segregated school. It was about busing, yeah, and segregated schools. And then she called out Joe Biden for being against busing, right? Of like, you wanted the schools to stay segregated. Like, she doesn't care about him. It's clearly all cynical. Why are you staying with him now? What is the benefit? I actually don't know the answer to this question. Yes, it was a debate. That was a classic, and she was like laughing. It's like, oh yeah, they're doing anti-trans stuff. Like the Dems are doing it, which is stupid. Because we know you don't have to do this. We know that no one gives a shit about this issue.
Ted Cruz is lying again. But now he's lying about our children. I'm a dad. I'm also a Christian. And my faith has taught me that all kids are God's kids. So let me be clear. I don't want boys playing girls' sports or any of this ridiculous stuff that Ted Cruz is saying.
Who is it? I had to fucking block. Who's Stacey K was like, I think that I just blocked. I was just like, I'm just fucking tired. Where she was like, well, no, I mean, she's right. Like, he's right. Like, all he's saying is that boys shouldn't be in girls' sports. Like, transgender girls aren't boys.
Ted Cruz is lying about my record because he can't defend his own. He's done nothing to secure the border.
It's like, I'm done.
He wants to raise the retirement age for Social Security. He's full of it. You know that. I'm calling all red.
We know that, like, who is it? Who is the Democrat governor in a Republican, like a very deep red state, who is like, no, I don't like the culture war stuff is dumb. You're targeting. It was Bashar. Like, it clearly works. It's clear, especially if you're not really that connected to the Democrats. Like, Andy Bashar al-Assad, yeah. It's grim. And again, it's not even like there are plenty of people who are transphobic. It's just they don't give a shit about it. It's not an election issue that you bring people out on. It's not like, if you fucking completely ignore the election issue, then you're fine. You will be fine. It's not like a hole in your record. Oh, I mean, they're all doing this. I'm on the other side. I love Israel. Harris said she wants to create a bipartisan council of advisors. Yeah. The Mr. Beast doctrine. Always truly make America people my number one priority. I'm ignoring and for problems I'm ignorant in, I'd have experts from the left and right advise me on them. I'm glad the rollout of the Mr. Beast hate has been brought back. I've still been trying to do the Mr. Beast smile. Is that good? The trick is to only move your cheeks. Because usually if you smile, like, your eyes change, but you have to, like, keep the dead eyes, and then... I like my cheese drip. It is, yeah. No, it's all grim. Oh yeah, I mean, Mr. Beast, I don't even know what he's searching for. Or what he wants. But he wants to be profound and important, I guess. He wants to be powerful. I don't even know if it's that. I don't know. Okay, we'll watch it. The Bill Maher. It's so funny, like, she even said she was voting for Democrat. At the end, she was like, "I'm voting. Fine, I'm voting Democrat."
And finally, new rule, to mark the October 7th anniversary, we must launch a campaign to educate young Americans about the Middle East. And the way I'd like to begin that process is by addressing an open letter to Chapel Roan.
No, not a single fucking response. That's crazy. Like it was a punchline intonation. Scarlett, thank you. If you like the stream, please subscribe, give me money. $6 a month. Support me. I'm gonna do this. I guess technically part-time. I'm trying to do 20 hours a week of streaming, which is like up on the upper end of generally what I did before, and I think I could do it. But I will do it if you have to give me money for me to do it more.
Now, to those viewers who aren't watching.
But yes, I guess I can't imagine like the Bill Maher audience is like doesn't even know who fucking Chapel Roan is anymore. I don't know, because clearly
you must launch a campaign to educate.
They didn't even get that it was a joke.
About the Middle East.
Do you guys remember early COVID? How he did his show in his house, like by himself, and he put in a laugh track, like a fake laugh track.
And the way I'd like to begin that process is by addressing an open letter to Chapel Roan.
Because like when I watched Bill Maher in like when I was like 18, sometimes I would watch it with my parents. I believe my parents have stopped watching him now, because they're like it used to be a part of like the lib, like Daily Show, Last Week Tonight, whatever. But I think Bill Maher has been pushed off of that. Dump Surfer, thank you. Big Streak, 43 months, thank you.
Now, to those viewers who aren't watching this while also looking at their phones, let me explain. Chapel Roan is not the name of one of Trump's golf courses. She's actually a great...
The laughs do sound older than I remember. Like, that is a room of Gen X guys laughing.
New recording artist who, like a...
It's so funny. A decade ago, like, millennials were in the audience. He had, like, lib millennials.
Hezbollah pager is really blowing up. In just a few months, she went from a struggling artist to getting 3 billion plays on Spotify, netting her own...
He has to explain who Chapel Roan is to his audience.
Almost 11 cents. But here's what caught my eye. She seems like a Gen Zer who can be reached, because I saw her on TMZ say...
Like, obviously, fuck the policies of the right, but also fuck some of the policies of the left.
Like a Harry Potter fan, thank you for the prime. It is unfortunate that she did this by herself, because she, like, I feel like a lot of people can only understand or phrase it in sort of centrist language, because obviously the point she was making was not, we need something in the middle. The point she was making was that, like, both of the parties are doing the same bad thing.
Something I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she didn't mean it in relation to that. In relation
She also
to, like...
said, I think it's important that people use critical thinking. I think it's important for me to question myself, question my algorithm, question, is some person that tweeted something about someone else even true? Preach, queer ally, preach.
Queer ally? What is that? I don't understand what that means in that context.
But then we get to Israel.
I actually don't know what the
And
point...
Chapel, this is where we must put to the test your pledge to use critical thinking and to question whether what you're reading on social media is true, because it isn't. There's a whole history of the Middle East that you and your fans aren't hearing about. So why don't you let me be your spirit guide through this?
Bill Maher, expert on Israel.
But before I do, let me tell you a little about myself, since you may have no idea who I am, considering that when this show went on the air, you were barely old enough to be told you were in the wrong body.
What? Is it a trans joke?
So,
I guess so.
My name is Bill Maher.
Chapel Roan is a cisgender woman.
I'm 35.
Oh, because they're transing the kid. Obviously, they were transing the kids 15 years ago.
I've been to all of Diddy's freak-off parties, and I work at the same place as Euphoria. In fact, she's right down the hall. My TikTok handle is BeNasty, and I go live every Friday night with the anime filter on, and
Oh yeah, it really is a geriatric audience.
I once won a smoke-off against Willie Nelson, Woody Harrelson, and Snoop.
Do you think that's like a...
Okay, that one's true. But no, look, truth be told, I'm a baby boomer. I remember phone booths and cars with ashtrays and vaginal sex.
That's funny,
and
I guess.
I didn't learn about the Middle East from TikTok, which is a Chinese company whose totalitarian government would just love to have America's youth hating America. That's some of that algorithm stuff you say you want to look into.
That's the reason.
First off, the fact that you don't know much history isn't your fault. You live in the United States, where the school...
What does Bill Maher know about anything?
Stop doing that whole teaching facts thing a while.
Remember when he was a comedian? Like, remember when that was the job that he had? When he like... What was Bill Maher said that he dropped out of college to do stand-up comedy?
But getting all your history from TikTok is like getting all your calories.
Like, what are your qualifications, Bill Maher?
I know you're moved by what you see on there. We all are, the dead Palestinian bodies. But it's odd that your generation didn't seem nearly as moved by the Jewish bodies on October 7th.
Like, literally 100 times the death count. More than 100 times the death count now. Isn't it?
Killed a...
What are the, like, I know for October 7th they used to run with 1,300, but it was too big. Was it like 900? It was like slightly less than 1,000. It's like 800. Like
Coachella this year.
Like literally more than 100 times.
But when Hamas kills at a music festival, it's a whole other thing.
100 times count as being conservative. You're right. It's over 100 times more dead Palestinians
Doesn't
than
the sight
Israelis.
of so many young women raped at a music festival?
There's so many. The notion that it was. It is crazy. Did the New York Times retract any of those like insane, like the mass rape claims?
Make it.
I believe they did, right? Because they were based up. They didn't. Oh, that's awesome. They were based on reports by like, it was a right-wing guy, like a far-right Israeli who had like no actual connection to the kibbutz. I know there was a specific group of like, it was 2 teenage girls who were killed on October 7th that report claimed were raped. And like, they had like some members of their family quoted who were like, no, they were not raped.
A little personal.
Like, that is not what happened.
My guess is that Gen Z hearts are hardened by the propaganda.
Also, again, you know, like Israel just had like a couple months ago, they had riots about whether they are allowed to rape Palestinian prisoners.
You see on TikTok, which likes to call the Jews colonizers. But colonizers are intruders who have no...
You're saying there's no... I'm saying that the claim of systematic rape on October 7th
history
was, as far as I recall, never confirmed.
An area like when Spain...
Like a large-scale systematic rape, which is the thing that like this run on that I think have Israelis kind of stopped doing that? Now that it's like, oh, you think that we should stop invading Gaza? Andrew, thank you. Should go on Joshua Citrellis, but that would be... I know he follows me.
Conquered the Mayans.
No, they're still doing it.
Or when your mom took over Facebook.
I guess they kind of just lost. Like it is interesting how much Israelis have lost the PR war. Like, think about what the PR situation in the West was for Israel after October 7th. then think about it now.
Dutch took over South Africa. They had no history to the land. They just wanted it. But Israel
There was one credible report of rape on October
is the
7th.
Jews' homeland.
Right.
And Jews have always lived there. I cap you not.
I cap you not. Smart at Apex. Well, I mean, Mara's a true believer. I would imagine. You know.
You can look it up. It's in this book called The Bible, which is horribly wrong about sex ed, slavery, science, and cooking. But the archaeology checks out. It says the Jews built a temple with a really big wall 7 centuries before Muhammad or Islam ever existed.
It is just out of touch that it's like the people who are like, no, but I think all the stories of like the Israeli snipers targeting children and the doctors saying that they've never held bits of child brain in their hands before and that they've done so multiple times while being a doctor and got like, I think that those things are, well, it's like, oh, well, Jewish people were there thousands of years. I guess they can do that. Like, you're not swaying anyone. Not even on the question of like, should there be a Jewish state or, you know, but the question of the invasion, especially, like, people aren't swayed by that. This is a bubble.
Go there and touch it.
This doesn't have an effect on people's
Jews
opinions.
Colonizers in Israel is like calling Native Americans colonizers here. It's ridiculous.
But again, like, I mean, we know why that's stupid. Like, as far as I recall, that there aren't active ongoing settlements. There isn't a Native American state that is actively ongoingly dispossessing white people. I don't think that there's, like, there are settlements. It's crazy. The question of that is crazy. Like what is a settlement? What is it? What are you supposed to call it when there was a state that pays people to move to go into the West Bank, kick out Palestinians, and then live in their fucking houses? Like, what are you doing to the house? What is the verb? Like how would you?
Chappell, did you know that for 2,000 years, Palestine was like an Uber driver with a 3-star rating? Nobody wanted it. And
what is that?
Uber driver with a... Chappell, did you know that for 2,000 years, Palestine
What does
was
that
like
mean?
an Uber driver with a 3-star rating? Nobody wanted it.
What does that mean?
And there was never any Arab country called Palestine. It was an orphan province. And if you ask people what they thought about it back then, they'd say it gave them the ick.
What is that even? What is the actual? Because this is a translation of like Hasbara stuff into like a meme. What is the? Palestine was a 3-star rated province. Oh, it's the Make the Desert Bloom stuff.
Uber
Okay.
driver with a 3-star
Yeah.
rating. Nobody wanted it.
It's the Make the Desert Bloom stuff. Okay.
And there was never any Arab country called Palestine.
And this is the thing about there's no.
It was an orphan province.
I don't understand why it would be an orphan province.
And if you
'Cause, like-
ask people what they thought about it back then, they'd say it gave them the ick.
It gave them the ick. Well, yeah, because it was autumn. It was
But after World War II, and after the Jews were very nearly wiped out by an actual attempted genocide, they decided
Actual. It's so. Like the phrase "actual" in this context is
it
just
was
so.
time for their historic homeland to be an actual country, so that for once they could defend themselves. And the UN, we like them, right? Yeah, they agreed and voted a country for each.
It is interesting, the narrative about like Israel exists because like people felt bad and then gave them a country. Because it really doesn't seem to align with.
So that for once they could defend themselves. And the UN, we like them, right? Yeah, they agreed and voted a country for each of the indigenous peoples. One side agreed to that.
There's like there's like a weird
The Arabs had a
revisionism.
slightly different proposal. They said, how about we keep it all and wipe you out? Chappell, if you think it was repressive growing up queer in the Midwest, try the Mideast.
Like, and then I was actually, I'm honestly surprised. Like, I can't believe I didn't expect him to do that.
You're a female drag queen, and you sing, I fucked you in the bathroom when we went to dinner, your parents at the table. Yeah, that wouldn't fly in Gaza, although you would straight off a roof.
Oh, yeah, this is gonna work, man. The fantasizing. I just fantasized about killing you.
The same goes for knee-deep on the passenger seat and you're eating me out. Yeah, my guess is the morality police would figure out that one's not about the drive-thru.
The Palestinian morality police?
And kill your feather boa-wearing ass.
Again, why is it that there is an Islamist party in power in Gaza? What is the history of that? As an expert in the Middle Eastern history, Bill Maher, you should be able to describe the very obvious answer to why like a broadly secular resistance movement in the 20th century came to become Islamist.
That LA is where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. You're welcome, but offer not good in the West Bank. Chappell, you're not wrong that oppression is bad.
Wait, didn't the Palestinian Authority, like in the West Bank, offer? Am I crazy?
Or that Palestinian and many other Muslim populations are oppressed and deserve to be freed. You just have it completely
Also, yeah.
ass backwards as to
Anyways.
who's doing the oppressing.
It is just, these things just don't work. They don't work, Bill. People see the literal hundreds of thousands of deaths, and it's like none of these answers work. Like the side that's doing all of these killings are directly supported by America. They have to, when they do something, they look back and see if America is okay with it, because Israel is functionally a proxy of America. It depends for so many things on America. One of which being arms shipments. Like, there's an argument I saw that like Israel is trying to like become more like Israel is in decline state of America. They're starting to like branch out and go near Russia, for instance. And it's like there's an attempt to do that because they realize there's like it's not, you want a flexible foreign policy. You don't want to have to depend on a single country, and but they've not been able to do that successfully. Like it's like 1% of their arms come from like China and Russia.
Hamas.
And just bombed a Russian base. Was that on purpose? I saw that. Yeah, because wasn't it Bibi was trying to ask Putin, because Putin and Iran are obviously buddying up. He was like, "Can you please like give us some info about Iran or something?" It's very clear, especially as this escalates, that like there are lines being drawn in the Middle East in terms of like sides, and that like they're on the American side. With like, for instance, I mean, the Turkey relationship was weird, but like with like Egypt and Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
over Gaza. The Revolutionary Guard
Jordan.
is a terrorist mafia that took over Iran. ISIS is a terrorist mafia that took over
Wow.
Iraq.
Wow, why did that happen? Why did that happen again? Which side created the geopolitical vacuum for both Iran to become incredibly powerful, like the most powerful state in the Middle East, and ISIS to invade a significant portion of Iraq? I wonder what specific country,
The Taliban.
what specific country did a whole fucking invasion to create a political vacuum?
It's a terrorist mafia that took over Afghanistan. These are the oppressors. And when you make it all about Israel, you take the
Russia is Israel's wall in Syria against expanding Iranian influence.
pressure off of them. You enable them.
But now Russian influence is going away because Ukraine have drained them. Oh, yeah.
The
That makes
Iranian
sense.
regime has killed 600 protesters after a 22-year-old woman died in police custody following
bad.
her arrest.
Like what? Like this doesn't where it's like, I guess you're right. That is bad. Is Israel winning a war in Iran and then installing a liberal democracy? No, they're not.
For the crime of wearing her head covering incorrectly. Just to be clear, that's your team. Iran is who sponsors Hamas and Hezbollah. Are you sure this is who
It's weird. It's weird that he's become like so like. I remember watching Bill Maher a decade ago, and he was like a non-interventionist, as far as I recall, where he was able to understand the idea of like, I don't want to fund one of these sides. Yeah, Israel also sponsoring Hamas. Yes.
You want to throw down with Meryl Streep.
He's always hated Muslims. You're right. I guess that's the through line.
Spoke at the UN recently and said,
Oh, ad break. Okay, I'll do it after this.
About the Taliban, who are only slightly more conservative than your heroes in Hamas. She said, today in Kabul, a female cat has more freedoms than a woman. A cat may go...
Oh, did I run the ad break? What is the... It does it automatically. I think I lost track of time. Did I run it?
Sit on her front stoop and feel the sun on her face. She may chase a squirrel into the park.
Do you guys see those videos of Chinese tourists? This isn't undermining what she's saying, but it was something that I was thinking about. The videos of Chinese like female tourists in Afghanistan. It's weird. It's weird. Like not diplomatic immunity. I can't remember the term. It's weird to see the same British Richards. It's weird to see, or it's interesting to see like Chinese people get that, where they're like not subject to local laws because of like, you know, you don't want to piss off a state that person is a citizen of.
Afghanistan today. A bird may sing in Kabul, but a girl may not.
Okay, I don't know what this has to do. I don't know what Afghanistan has to do with Israel. I'm kind of confused. Like, he's doing a weird thing where he's like, this classically, the Muslim world is unified. That is the side that you are supporting is Islam. Iran and Afghanistan, classically, very important allies of each other. They really like each other. Big fans. Iran, big fan of the Taliban.
You're a singer, and you're advocating for a place and a culture you would never want to live under.
Well, I mean, I guess she's not advocating for another place and another culture she also probably wouldn't want to live under.
Gender may not be binary, but right and wrong kind of is.
That's a banger. That's a great quote. That's a great quote from Bill Maher. Thank you, Bill Maher. Gender might not be binary, but right and wrong kind of is. Really makes you think. Did I run an ad? Why is this not working? I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad and I'll be right back. Should I let something play? Maybe I'll just let the Biden lo-fi wave play.
I think it's $2.3 billion.
3 minutes, I'll be right back.
Excuse me, $500 billion in savings and 2.
I guess you can see it.
Billion metric tons
I'll be back, chat.
of CO2 going in the air.
I love kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it.
Does nothing to tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. Jobs.
I'm back, chat. You should give me money. Yes. Thank you, chatter. I agree. Oh, it's was that only a minute? Okay. I guess we'll hang out for a little bit. And if you give me money, you won't have to deal with the ad break. You'll get to listen to the sweet, sweet sounds of lo-fi Biden wave. Does he think Chapo Run is a trans woman? Honestly, that's an interesting suggestion. It's entirely possible. Is he privatizing the roads, man? That sucks. Argentina about to become the world's first fourth world country. What does that even mean? How do you privatize roads? I guess, like, presumably the person who buys the road puts a toll on it. Are you an ML? No. Not quite. My line on Lenin is 70% good, 30% bad. That's my opinion on Lenin. Is that acceptable? Maybe 50-50, depending on the mood I'm in. Hi, Redmatic. I'm an Adornite. If you could make, although Adorno was a Leninist, so. Do you like Roblox? That is also my opinion on Roblox. 70% good, 30% bad. The child labor I love. That's productive forces going up. That is the Marxist position on child labor, by the way. So in that respect, I would say I support Roblox. For raising productive forces, but otherwise, all the other shit I don't care about. Maybe more Benjamin. I don't know. That's the only thing I'm published on is Adorno. My third world is? I don't think so. I feel like a lot of those words stop meaning things unless you see like the very concrete, like especially online. I'm Vita, thank you for the prime. It's like when someone asks me if I'm a tanky, it's like do I support Stalin's invasion? Or not Khrushchev's, I guess, invasion? Like, no, I think that was really bad. I think that was a disaster. Opinion on Marx? I think Marx is good. I like Marx. DSTMV, thank you for the 44 months. Jake is currently touring the Weezer concert. Is he in a Weezer concert right now? Jake was telling us that. Should I not say it? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's a secret. Maybe that's secret lore. Oh, he did go to the Weezer concert. I'm so happy for him. I don't really listen to Weezer, but I know that means a lot for Jake. I know that Weezer is important. One of the ladies who is the subject of some of the like breakup love songs in Weezer listens to the podcast, which I think is funny. The Gretchen Whitmer Eucharist incident is so funny. Say a UM breakup? I don't know what that means. Is that embarrassing? Oh, I was like, are two countries splitting apart? And I don't recognize the country. Like, is it like Zambia? No, okay. It's the game studio. Yes, the disco. I mean, that's how you know that it's a good fucking communist game, is when they're splitting up. Oh, the new Elon robots are so grim. There's like 4 quote-unquote spiritual successors to Disco Elysium now. And in typical leftist fashion, I will like vehemently defend 2 of them. Then I will call the people who like the other 2 fake. I'll call them radlibs. They're revisionists, yeah. They're capitalist roaders. They're anarcho-fascists. All of that. I don't know. I think that's it's very on the nose that they got like bought by a bigger company, and then like the 2 main people got kicked out. Like it's such a like I don't even know if it's pessimistic. A lot of the sentiment of that is like very post-Soviet of like we had this like not utopian projects. I mean, in an unqualified sense, utopian project that it just is completely collapsed. Like completely and utterly collapsed, and it's produced a political state that is completely myopic. It's like, what do we even do? I think it articulates that sort of feeling really well. Because they're Latvian. They're Baltic, I think. Is that right? Anyways. They're Estonian. Okay. Juan Guaido. I legitimize Juan Guaido's Disco Elysium thing as the true successor. I think they carry the official mantle. From Red Info? What's Red Info again? Anyways, what else is going on? There was other stuff I wanted to talk about, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, this is an alternative thing from a while ago. Is there again news that liberal MPs want Trudeau to step down because they're fucked right now, and you have the like liberal Canadian Biden dead enders, like the equivalent. You're conservative, correct? This article has no proof. I was losing my fucking mind on Blue Sky because I was taking a break from Twitter. I was arguing. Do you guys want to see this? I was losing my fucking mind about Biden dead enders. This was when it was a theory that Biden was going to step down, and I was like, please God, make him step down. Like look at my thing from 3 months ago. This guy was awesome. I think it's this guy. He's like a state socialist guy who's like, I love Biden because he's pro-union, and the reason why they're trying to undercut him, trying to get him to step down, is because he's pro-union, because it's all the rich, wealthy donors. So it's a coup, and also that he's not senile. Because I had a thing about like people were reacting to this sort of thing. This early reporting of Democrats calling for Biden to step down in a pretty grandiose way. Young Herzog, thank you for the prime. A brown bear? You should give me money, because I like money and I like streaming. It's $6 a month, folks. But people were reporting on this like the New York Times was attempting to make Trump win. Like that was the goal. Because they're like, oh, well, if Trump wins and fascism, it's better for business. It's more entertaining things are happening. The obvious point of just like, well, no, they're liberals. And they understand like that, especially if they have some inside information, they understand that a lot of people don't want Biden to be on the ticket. And they're worried about it. And so they're anticipating something that like a trend that they're seeing within their party. But then you got a couple people that I lost my fucking mind over. Like with the Clooney thing, where it was like, this isn't indicative of anything. If only because the representatives talking to each other to coordinate should theoretically have a lower bar to access. Doesn't take any gymnasts to see they are loving the clicks they're generating. So it's like, it was so funny to be in this moment, in this specific trench where I was just unquestionably correct. And it doesn't, it never matters. This is why you should never argue online. Because they were just like, well, I don't know. And they moved on. I don't doubt that the wealthy donors want Biden out. He's a union man and they're a capitalist. No war but class war. No war but class war, Biden 2024. This is the, like, people talk about how, like, oh, Twitter is so terrible. I'm on Blue Sky. This is the demographic of Blue Sky people. It's like Biden resistance libs. That is the prime, like Gen X Biden resistance libs. That is the primary Blue Sky demographic. What are some other funnier ones? And people got mad at me. I think I quote tweeted someone. Maybe I deleted it. There's a lot of anonymous source stuff that happens to align with billionaire media owners want. I don't know. Some of these people, I don't know what they came away with the position. Like, Caleb, thank you.
Me
too.
personally, I'm writing in Biden.
Clooney's plugged in with the big donors. He's a famous actor who lives in Italy, not someone actually plugged in here. Clooney's piece was the day after James Carville. Like it was like a top donor, because remember Clooney was like basically an Obama proxy. Because Obama wanted Biden out, but he didn't want to say it by himself. I remember, like, which one was it? Maybe it was this one. There was a guy, maybe he deleted his comment. He was like, yeah, fucking right. He must have deleted his comment. Placing trust in Axios. It was awesome. It was an incredible doggy. Well, yeah, it was very. So I was like, do you guys think Ryan Biden lives are going to claim this all media engineered after he steps down? And obviously they didn't. What were the other ones? I think people just deleted all of their. They were so mad, dude. It's so funny. It's so funny to be right about this. Bachelorette, thank you for 100 bits. Please give me money.
What? The libs convinced me. I'm voting Hillary.
It's her turn. Oh, this is insane. This one was like insanely racist. The main thing from here, because Ta-Nehisi Coates has been doing an incredibly moral thing, and he's been spending all of the goodwill he's developed from American liberals on like changing opinions about Palestine, basically, Israeli occupation. This line is crazy from it. The problem with Israel is that it shames him. How can it be that Jews carved their Israel out of the desert, and yet no place in Africa, least of all Iberia, remotely resembles Wakanda? Like, saying Ta-Nehisi Coates is just jealous that Jews made the desert bloom and like black people have not made a Wakanda. Calling Israel a Jewish Wakanda is also crazy. This is like interesting, compelling. Israel felt like an alternate history when all of Garvey's dreams were made manifest. Was the creed. Their redemption song is the national anthem. There, the red, black, and green billowed over schools, embassies, and the columns of great armies. There, Martin Delaney is a hero, and February 21st is a day of mourning. This was the dream, the mythic Africa. What I saw in the city of David was so familiar to me. The search for self in an epic, mythic past filled with kings. It's a very compelling, like... Caleb, thank you for 100 bits.
My coworker the other day said he was pro-free healthcare, and if people called him a socialist, then he'd throw on the Hugo Boss uniform. Very cool.
Well, there you go. I mean, maybe he's like Le Pen style. Maybe he's French with it. I mean, it is Compact Mag. Yeah, I guess why are we surprised? It is Compact Mag. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the Israeli history is so interesting because it is like, as it begins, is like a socialist project or like really kind of a Stalinist one. I feel like especially very early, like the country is built by Stalinists, especially in like Eastern European Jews. Spicy Peacock, thank you for the prime. Like the Soviet people were very fond of the Soviet Union and Stalin, considering, you know, the free people from the camps. The kibbutz is AES. I mean, it's so interesting how that type of person has disappeared, generally because of like neoliberalization of Israel in the 70s. But you can see how a lot of like the way that certain socialists online talk about national liberation, why it is consistent with especially early Israel. Piss shit, thank you for the 100 bits.
Live eager.
And it's like an example of where those ideas fail. Of like, we're going to do actual National Socialism. Not like Nazi, but like socialism thing, but then the national state that has like high labor participation and a overbearing security apparatus that protects it. because you know we got to build it in one country, because everything else isn't socialism. So, but we can do it in our, you know. Oh, there's a hype train. Thank you all for the hype train. If you like the stream, please subscribe. We have lots of cool emotes. We talk about cool things. Probably. Bachelor Live, thank you 100 bits.
Live eager.
QA peeps are good. Yeah. Julian was taking, I think, a break for the week. And then Travis was taking a break. There are 2 episodes coming out. The premium and the main I'm on this week. I talked about Aiden. Oh, we can talk about the Aiden Ross stuff that I talked about on the stream. Or in the episode, I guess. Like Aiden Ross, quote unquote, promising people $70,000. The place for communism work. That's like, are you gonna send me the? Yeah, the kibbutz in Israel. Yeah. $6 a month if you want to subscribe. Tip me. Do I have to be more demanding, chat? Does that work? How do I get people to give me money? Communism only costs $6 a month and it's on the Live Agar Twitch stream. That's true. That's a truth nuke. Caleb, thank you for the 2-1. Thank you. We're trying to get back to Partisan. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. We love to see it. Thanks so much.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
It's going now. I'm trying. That's fair enough. That's okay. We love to see it. Level 2. Yeah, I'm trying to get to 300 concurrent subs, which I think doesn't count primes. Because then I get a better split. Which is really why I came back to streaming. I was like, okay, it's not 50-50 anymore. And I can multi-stream too. We're on YouTube. There are people hanging out. What else is there to talk about? Oh, one thing that I was curious about. Maybe we can just go on to that. So there was a big thing during Hurricane Milton where a couple people, Hype Train is still going on if you'd like to subscribe. Like a couple people, also the Lieutenant Dan guy, which I talked about on the podcast that's coming out, how like the people were very strange about his criminal history. I feel like there was my understanding is that there was misinformation that people were falsely claiming that he was a pedophile for one of these, and that was not true. The one that was bad was that he was some encounter with a lady on a bench where he was like tried to like pour gasoline on her or something. It was like very strange, but he's like a disabled homeless guy whose life has probably sucked, and you know, it's probably a low point of his. But it was weird that people, and then the other one was that he allegedly tried to assault a police officer. It was like, we need to fucking, you know, I don't know. I didn't like how people reacted to that. 'Cause it's like, yeah, with the violin thing was insane, because you know where that came from? Jet, do you know where the violin thing? Earth Guy, thank you. I don't know where you subscribed here. Where you subscribed, because it's like the default thing. Maybe it's on YouTube, but thank you for the subscription. You should have. They should have been easy who poured gasoline, or like that. The charges got dropped there as well. She said like, I felt like, I don't know. I have been like harassed by homeless people before, and people have tried to be violent towards me. But my attitude is not that they should go to jail for it. I really don't think that that's a correct attitude to have. I think like if you've been homeless for decades, that your life is really fucking terrible. Hunter Loaded, thank you for the raid.
Do whatever you want.
Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream. I don't think that there was like people treated that in a way that I don't think was measured or fair. I don't know. Is that a hot take? Are people like, good, fuck him? Yes, the fan base that he had, I guess I also realized people don't like arguing against Twitch streamers, so they're streamer. So I realize what are we waiting for? Well, yeah, the 100K is also not, he clearly is not going to know what to do with that fucking money. You want me to look at the exact description of it? Let me find the article I was reading before. The one on the Independent, where it describes his charges. Charged with a misdemeanor. Details another alleged incident, according to the documentary. Uma was smoking on a bench on the east coast of Florida, and she and Lieutenant Dan were sitting on a nearby concrete bench, began to argue. Suddenly, he poured 1-gallon container of gasoline onto the bench between the pair, igniting it. The amputee grabbed his crutches and hobbled over to the woman, still holding a cigarette, and he splashed her with fuel. The woman was unharmed, but she said she feared for her life. And then it got dropped, for whatever reason. Or it's like probably just disabled homeless guy, one of his lows or whatever. We shouldn't be like, well, fuck this guy forever. I feel like that's not the correct attitude to have. Where people were like, yeah. I think people saw there was another thing like where people made up that he was like a pedophile. Or I think they confused another arrest warrant for his maybe. Or something like that. Stop supporting this man's stupidity because you're supporting a woman abuser. It's like, I don't know if, like, is that what we're gonna, is that really the productive way of, like, is that really the productive way of contextualizing this guy? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Hello, Linda. Long time no talk, I think. How are you doing? I don't know. I think there should be more compassion for a situation. Not that I think, like, Aiden Ross is a fucking idiot for giving him, like, a shit ton of money in a deal. Like, I don't think that he's going to know what to do with, like, all of that money suddenly and all that attention. That's probably also not... And of course, the first stream he made, he said the N-word. So I guess we should have... I mean, I don't know. We should have seen that coming, I guess. So it's broadly just an unfortunate situation where clearly this amount of media attention is not going to be good for him. And no one who is talking about it is doing so in any, like, compassionate way. One user said, well, people were like, that was a really common thing, was like, fuck this guy, he's an abuser. And the fake thing about him being a pedophile and, like, I think rapist was another. He said, oh, sorry, right after. Yeah, that was the stranger detail. Yeah, I think it's broadly not good. I would say broadly, people's reaction to it, people are unable to deal with harm and how harm happens. Oh, the violin one. I didn't tell you guys. So there was a report, or people were saying that he assaulted a police officer with a violin, which came from the fact that in a police report, like, how do I do this? In a police report, it's like assault, it's like VIOLEN period, which is short for violence. And then people thought it said violin, which is not even how violin is spelled. So he did not, of course, he did not assault a police officer with a violin. There was no violin. It was not even spelled right. It's an E instead of an I. That wasn't an Aiden Ross thing. That was like, it was like lib feminist people trying to cancel him online. It was a viola. Yeah, exactly. It was a slightly bigger one because like a violin is too tiny. He said he punched, or it says that he punched a police officer. I don't fucking trust what a cop's word against like a homeless person. Like they can fucking say whatever. I'm sorry, I don't intrinsically trust that. Who cares? Yeah. So yeah, people finding out that someone who is like literally like lost one of his legs and has been homeless for decades, has run-ins with the law. And it wasn't like, yeah. And then it was, yeah. People did their thing. People have a general contempt for homeless people, or even like a lack of a desire to understand what like having to be homeless for that long like has the ability to do to you. I don't think that there's, for people to be like quote unquote accountable, you have to conceive of them as people first. Did I show you? And then there were other ones. There were other more crazy. Did I talk about this guy? Because actually, can someone try to clarify this for me? Because I was talking about it in the episode and I couldn't find anything really specific. That there was news that Aiden Ross, Kick streamer, put out a challenge for people to go stream, like people to go stream themselves near Hurricane Milton. And my understanding and his official word was like,
Aiden Ross commented and said he's not paying me. What the fuck?
My understanding was that the thing he said afterwards was that it wasn't an open challenge. I just offered 2 streamers specifically to do that, which is still very fucking stupid, and it's still negligence. It's still, and I could only find a clip of him offering a specific person. I'm fairly certain that is it, right? Like, that is it. I don't think you could be held criminally liable in that case. Because it was like a rumor mill thing that turned it into Aiden Ross open challenge $70,000. I mean, he's still being fucking responsible. And I'm sure in those instances, I don't know. I wonder what but it was clear that he, you know. Oh, the chat was full of anti-Semitism. It was full of like, it's really, I mean, Kick is just so awful. For like everyone. They were calling him something like insanely racist. The dude. Oh, was Aiden Ross doing it? I'll just show. I mean, it's real bad. Like he was calling him that. Like Aiden was as well. No, Kick is real bad. Yeah, fuck everyone involved in that. Oh, this was the one that he gifted him. He gifted Trump a Rolex. That was awesome. And then he had to return it because it's like illegal to do that. There was some streamer that said they got offered like $1 million to endorse Trump or something. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure that explains the XQC situation. He blamed Hassan. That was so funny. It was like, that was great. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a very grim. I'm surprised the Kick is going for as long as it has been. Oh yeah, and then he put like an open hit on Hassan. He was like, I'll pay $100,000 to anyone who can prove that Hassan Piker is a pedophile. Which I think is legally defamation. Like, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. That's not... Um, I mean, I'm sure Kick will go up. It's interesting because I feel like the Kick business model would probably KIK is different than Kick KICK, the streaming site. Yeah, I'm sure that the way that they work could probably go on indefinitely, which is just a gambling front, right? Like they can do all the view botting ad stuff. They could maybe, I don't know, because I guess they do use AWS, so they probably couldn't. I'm sure like eventually the copyright stuff will have to be like, surely Amazon doesn't want people streaming copyright shit on their like servers, I guess. But surely they're gonna fuck something up in terms of like streaming something illegal and having it like be taken down. It's very much so like the model of the streaming site is flying too close to the sun. Like gambling as an analogy is so perfect for the way that they think about. I'm sure that that company thinks about. It's also just like, oh, voice crack. It's also just like not really, like there aren't that many people on it, right? Like outside of Ubots. So I guess it's kind of hard to tell how many people actually stream on it. I'm surprised that it's less popular. Like that seems like a thing that should work. I guess it really just works for like 16-year-old boys. Like that is the primary audience. Can you bet on Kick's downfall on Stake? That's a good question. Does Stake do those sort of things? This stream sponsored by Stake.com. You know what's funny? I realized. Is he like the 5th best chess player in the world? Hikaru Nakamura streams gambling stuff on Stake or on Kick. He's like he is such a selfish asshole. It's awesome. Strong bad e-girl. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you. Chess is a gateway drug to gambling. That's true. You're like, I just need one more rook, man. I'm going all in. Creative chess doesn't. I mean, Hikaru is fine. He does a big Twitch streaming stuff. Like he's doing okay. He doesn't have to. He just wants the money. Is essentially a 4chan proxy? You think so? I feel like I don't see that mentioned at all in 4chan. Is there a back and forth there? U.S. Air Defense Battery Station in Israel for the first time. Oh yeah, because of it was pretty like the Iranian missile attack was pretty successful, was it not? Or at least like less successful than, or more successful than the Israelis had imagined. One other interesting thing about Kick that I found is like, I'm surprised that there aren't any like real like QAnon people streaming there. Like it really is just a gambling front. Because Twitch for a while, before it cut down on it, did have like QAnon people on here. In like 2021, you had like that Red Pill Live. What is his name? And he streamed to like 1,000 people. He was partnered. He was like a QAnon guy, like explicitly. Rumble is like lame though, but I think so. I think they use like Rumble. Israel still a journalist reporting on damages. Wasn't it an American journalist too? Like it's an American journalist on trial. No civilians were killed. I'm pretty sure, did Iran not like they didn't target civilian areas? They targeted like military infrastructure, which is wild. That like Iran doing the when they go low, we go high. The most moral, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't think any combat footage is good. I saw the recent one. There's a recent one where they blew up a tank. Trump winning triggers steep escalation for Israel? I guess so. I think so. I don't know. I think they kind of have a blank check right now. It's clear that Netanyahu prefers Trump. It's clear that they feel like they can do... Talk about Pariah, Doll, and Milo? I talked about that before. I think they're perfect for each other. I think it's beautiful. Good for them. I don't know what else to say about that. What was the... I was asking about this before. Does Milo have a sodomy clock that he actively updates about whenever he does sodomy? It's like an addiction thing. You know, like sometimes people will post like, you are 1 year free of heroin on like they have like an app that keeps track of it. Like he's doing that for sodomy. Let's see. Has the sodomy clock been updated recently? Like it's like a sodomy free since August 30th, 2024. Did he just relapse? Well, there you go. It's a shame. It is a shame kink, of course. That's why he's Catholic. And that's why the lady is Catholic too. She went to like the one like most conservative parish in New York, just so like she can hear the Catholic parish, just so she can hear the like priest or whatever tell her that she needs to like stop medically transitioning. Like it's a shame fetish thing, the kink. That's why she posts about it. Yeah, it's pretty grim stuff. I guess sodomy does include oral in the religious definition. Sex without the intent to procreate, although people don't use that one anymore. I don't think people use. I think they're using the definition we think of. Yeah, it's grim, but they also did the bit. I assume that's a bit, like it's a temporary tattoo that she got quote unquote branded by him. She's got like the Nero like Twitter handle on her face, but I think it's like I think it's a bit. It's a temporary tattoo. I don't know what I'm gonna cook. You should give me money, so I have to find out. Of course, she was on rescue. Yeah, it's like that. It's that circle of people. And I have the night. Yeah, that's another. It was so grim that Kanye back and forth. Like the quote unquote good guy was Milo. I mean, I guess he's doing it for attention, obviously. Like he's mad that he got kicked out of the Kanye circle. And so he's exposing the fact that I guess Kanye is addicted to nitrous. The Golden Freddy profile picture, yeah. I mean, I guess he's just kind of done. Like his last album was like unlistenable. Like it wasn't an album. Red all looks like the cis woman I'm seeing. That's fast. I see that. I see this. What happened? I mean, he did love Hitler then. He did love Hitler then before. Do you like part about this? Yeah, we're mutuals. I'm mutuals with those guys on Twitter. They're funny. Like there was some story of him, like it was his first album, like grilling some like music executive about Adolf Hitler. I think this only came out afterwards, obviously. But it's been a weird open secret that he loves Hitler. Because my impression of that when it happened was like, well, surely, like he has clearly psychotic symptoms. He's unmedicated, bipolar. Like surely the Hitler stuff is like that as well. But it probably was just a thing where he knew that generally he shouldn't tell people that he likes Hitler. I think he liked Hitler in the way that like Indian businessmen supposedly, or some of them like Hitler. Like apparently that's like Mein Kampf is like a bestseller because it's like a grind set thing, like in India. Like he liked it in that way of like, I don't even understand the angle there. And we should tell Adorno because I'm sure that he would say a lot about that. Of like, it's like, you know, the strength of the individual, some shit. I don't honestly, the aesthetic of power. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And I think he maybe got more into it. Like Mein Kampf is, I mean, it is a, I'm not making this up. I didn't hallucinate this. Yeah, it's a bestseller in it. Mein Kampf has gone through hundreds of editions and sold over 100,000 copies. So I guess How Hitler's Mein Kampf is India's bestseller. I guess it relates to area stuff, like area and, you know, yeah. The song Power was actually about Hitler. I feel like that is true. I feel like that probably is actually true. It's very, you might be doing a bit, but I would believe it. But I think the bipolar episode was him just like losing inhibition about not talking about it, probably being a lot more confident in whatever feeling he had there. Yeah. I'm losing my voice. I'm not sure why. What other thing? What else has gone on recently? Oh, you know what's funny? You guys know who Shoe Nice is? He followed me on Twitter. I'm not quite sure why. Like the guy who would like eat stuff. He was dying. I guess he just followed me. He just followed me right now. Like I saw the notification like yesterday. So I don't. Isn't he I mean, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible, folks. A potential member of parliament in British Columbia also followed me, who's conservative. And it looks like he's probably going to win his riding. So that's also funny. I think I realized. Yeah, he like eats a bunch of insane shit. Or I guess he did. I don't know. Does he still do that? I hope not. Well, that's like an older poll, right? I feel like I was very young when I heard about Shoe Nice. That's like a early Ray William Johnson sort of thing. Isn't it? It's funny that he's still going. Did you guys know that? He has like millions of followers on TikTok. He's like a TikTok content guy. Which like hang it up, man. Like I think it's over. Like you can retire. Yeah, what is he even? And he's like he's like a lib, I think. Like he's like liberal. I guess I don't even know. I think he just. I thought this was Amy Teresa for a second. What if Drake and Kendrick got into a fight? Let's hear it.
What if Drake and Kendrick Lamar actually got into a fight? Like a fist fight? What
So he's doing like rapper power scaling.
would happen? Well, let's say it's the night of the Grammys.
This is 5 minutes long. This is like this is like jingling keys in front of someone.
Drake is hanging out backstage with a bunch
He's even talking like he's talking to a baby. Like this is like updated YouTuber
of
speak.
awards he just won. And suddenly, Kendrick Lamar and his crew walk by. And these two have been rap beefing for a while now. So they lock eyes, and it's on.
He's literally what is the point of this?
Drake stands up, and he's like,
This is an awful this is supposed to be Drake and Kendrick. These are supposed to look like Drake and Kendrick. Apparently.
a foot taller than Kendrick. He's
That's how I know, like, was this AI? Like, surely AI is able to get...
just towering over him. And he's like, I heard you was talking trash. And Kendrick's like, what you gonna do, Canadian Diddy? And then Drake shoves Kendrick real hard, and Kendrick
This is...
drops a bunch of
Just retire, man. Like, why are you... What... Are you, like, 40?
his Grammys to the floor. And Drake points at him, and he laughs.
Like, this is a classic Drake thing. That's how you know it's AI, because they keep looking different. This really... When I look at this, I'm like, wow, that's exactly...
And then Kendrick gets mad, and he picks up a Grammy, and he flings it across the room, and pow, it pings Drake in the forehead. And so then Drake gets mad, and he throws one of his Grammys back. And soon, they're in like a snowball fight with these little golden statues, and it's making a
What are the replies? Like, this is for babies.
lot of commotion and a hell of a lot of noise, and eventually security steps in and they break it up. And Drake, he's still mad as security is pulling him away, and he's like, this ain't over. I'm gonna diss you so hard. And Kendrick is like, shut up and go.
There's another like...
Drake is like, the signal is when I go. And Drake's entourage is like,
all right, I'll let the fans know.
Meanwhile, Kendrick is over here talking to his crew. Hey, go tell the fans that if anyone else jumps...
No, he should be... This is way worse than all the problematic shit he said like 10 years ago. Or 15 years ago.
And Kendrick's crew is like, all right. And then...
This is so much worse than that.
6 months later, the big day finally...
This is...
comes. Fight day. And
like, there's no way this wasn't written by AI as well. This took him 20 minutes of labor to make.
Drake rented out a public park for the day, so that
It's so cool that this is the reason why, like, the rainforest is gonna just get destroyed. Like, they're gonna have water wars in this century over water that's lost because of AI
they can have the space all to
generation.
themselves, and literally
It's just this content.
tens of thousands of people show up. Drake fans on one side, Kendrick fans on the other side, and everyone is waiting there in anticipation. And finally, a black Escalade pulls up, and Drake steps out.
We have to hear the out. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a big...
rolls up with his entourage, and everyone in the crowd is surrounding them. And Drake steps in the middle of the circle, and Kendrick steps in the middle of the circle, and it is go time. And suddenly,
We have to hear the end.
Drake punches Kendrick in the face, and Kendrick falls down, but he quickly gets up, and he tackles Drake to the ground, and then Drake punches him again, and they struggle, and then bam, Kendrick hits Drake with a hard right hook, and they wrestle around. And then, all of a sudden, in the distance, the crowd hears, and that is the signal. And Drake fans know what to do. So they hear this, and kapow, they all go apeshit. And Drake fans all start charging toward the fight. And then Kendrick fans
Did
suddenly
this
do too in
RLLY
retaliation.
happen?
And suddenly
Yeah,
they're
thank
all
you,
throwing
Leonard.
hands at each other. And bam, boom, pow.
No, 100% all of this is AI generated, including the story.
It's absolute chaos, like a massive Western barroom fight. And while all this madness is going on, Drake, he low-key sneaks away. And he climbs into the back of his Escalade.
Like, can you write it more like it's a zoomer? And then it does the he low-key
And his
sneaks
chauffeur
away.
hauls ass and drives him out of there. And Kendrick, he low-key does the same thing.
That's totally AI. It's just totally a ChatGPT
They
story.
each flee the park, leaving tens of thousands of fans.
That is so fucking... It's like... Bro's been constantly fixing my attention span. Someone watched this for 5 minutes and was like, I made such a dedicated choice listening to this
Hands behind,
instead of scrolling and listening to things that are 5 seconds long.
fighting one another. Until police eventually show up and they start making arrests. And as Drake is sitting there...
That's like so... I mean, we're cooked. Pay me money and I'll turn it
Turn it
off.
off or we riot.
Subscribe then.
Suddenly,
Give me a subscription.
phone rings, and he
That's-
picks it up.
I mean, it's
and
almost done.
It's Kendrick. And Kendrick says, "It worked, brother. Oh, and by the way, congrats on that #1 album." And Drake is like,
Let's do it again sometime. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go pick up my girlfriend.
They
from
can't make
detention."
the. Oh, that's because he's a pet. Cryptid, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you. They couldn't make they couldn't transcribe the remaining parts of it because it was 18 plus. Kendrick Drake Yahweh. His rating is this fire? Yeah, that's grim. How many views did that get? That got 6.5 million views. Come like a Tom, thank you.
No idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. We love to see it. And if you subscribe a little more, if you do 20 gift subs, then we'll. Yeah, cooking streaming coming soon. If you give 20 subs, then we'll keep watching. that's otherwise we'll stop. You guys, you paid the money. Thank you. Channel 5 is back. Is Channel 5 is Channel 5 the guy that is called? Oh yeah, we're not watching that guy's. The man with allegations. Sexual harassment, Andy. Yeah, I'm okay. J. Cole responded? To what? What did he respond to? Oh, and the beef? Why did he do that? Why did I not hear about this? I guess I probably know why I didn't. What did... He suggested he pulled the plug because he saw where the beef was heading. They wanted blood. I wouldn't have lost a battle. I would have lost a bro. I would have gained a foe. And all for what? It's like Dr. Seuss. Okay. Isn't that just what we already knew about that? It is so interesting how that petered out immediately. Like it had a peak and then it was like, we're both kind of done with this. But people wanted more content. And so you had like a shit ton of like Kendrick conspiracy guys who were like, what was the conspiracy? I mean, there was a couple of people. There's a couple subreddits like r/darkkenny where they were like, Kendrick is cooking up a serious allegation. He was spying on Drake and found out that he was like the specific story was that Drake and his like crew sexually abused a disabled man. That was the thing that they were going with. Yeah, the guy who like there's a couple other things. People got really sad about that because there was nothing concrete that came out. Oh, this is grim. The more BC election stuff. Considers candidates doubles down on First Nation responsibility. His downtown east side is where a lot of homeless people are in Vancouver. The conservatives are saying it's like because there's proportionally more Indigenous people that it's like those nations' responsibilities and not the states. It's grim. Oh, and then she was a BCU. She was a liberal. Oh, we can talk about this. Oh okay, this is way more racist. Oh. Sorry, I just hit by the racism beam. Sorry. They need to put a content warning on any tweet written by a white South African. Doesn't vote ANC, doesn't have 55. Won't steal your food and what?
To buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do?
The white South Africans are so fucking lucky that what like the end of apartheid looked like for them
The Optimus
was not what they, you know,
robot. You should be able
was not what they deserved to have happened to
to
them.
buy an Optimus robot for, I think,
They got off
probably
lightly.
$20,000 to $30,000 long.
It's so fucking, the bartender one is so grim too. Like, who wants an automated bartender? Do you go to a bar and you're like, I don't want to interact with anyone? Like, what I could really use from this is if the bartender was a fucking robot. Where's a video of this? Let me find the video. The Robovan is... I'm confused about the appeal of this.
So that would be quite fantastic. Oh, and
Oh, wait.
also,
I guess the main part about this is that it's self-driving.
so what
But then it also just
what
looks
happens
like
if you
shit.
need a vehicle that is bigger than a Model Y? The Robovan. The Robovan is this is a
Sorry, Robovan?
the Robovan.
No. Surely that's not how you say that.
The Robovan is this is a
Is this like AI? Is this like an AI? It's hard to tell with Elon whether it's like an AI transcription of his
going to make
voice.
this, and it's going to look like that. Now, can you imagine going down the
I guess he is a boar.
streets and you see this coming towards you?
Could you imagine? I guess I could. Could I imagine it? I don't know.
That'd be sick.
That would be sick.
So this can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city, or
What happened to Tesla stock after this? You think it went up, chat? Okay, yeah. I mean, it wasn't that much, but yeah, it's not like an...
transport of up to 20 people at a time. So this is gonna, the Robovan is what's gonna solve for high density. So if you want to take a sports team somewhere, or
Okay, so it's a limo. Like, the point is that it's not going to be... It's like, I was like, is this like a public-private thing?
you're looking to really get the cost of travel down to, I don't know, 5-10 cents a mile, then
Because yeah, I'm sure like I mean, in general, like an electric vehicle bus is probably very cheap on...
you can
Like, how expensive it is to
use the Robovan.
transport someone. Like, the ratio of cost.
Some people call it the Robovan.
Transportation.
So yeah,
Is he doing a bit about it being a Robovan?
people call it the Robovan, but
Like, it's funny that he's saying it. Okay, I see. That is very funny. I want to see the...
I'm Odo. I'm really thirsty. You're thirsty? What drink would you like? What are the options? I have a Robo-Punch, and I have a...
Yeah, obviously this is stupid. It's just like the point of a bartender. You're supposed to have like a weird, flirty relationship with where you don't know if they're hitting on you or not. Or if that's just...
Watermelon sounds great. I got you. How did you know? Are you getting tired?
This is... You can, like, if you want to, you can just fucking pour shit yourself. You just, yeah, get a vending machine. Why does it have to be humanoid? I mean, I guess, what was that tweet that said that women will be having sex with robots in 2025? Maybe this is it. Maybe you can also fuck the robot bartender.
What do you like to drink?
It would be funny if that was like Elon's new thing, was an insanely expensive like electronic like sex doll,
water.
Because we're honestly, I do think that technology is going there at some point. We have the her thing with ChatGPT, where they're trying to make it so that you fall in love with, it has a sexy voice and it like, they're trying to do the her thing. But did I forget to do an ad? You guys didn't remind me. Okay, we're gonna do a 3-minute ad break. God damn it, chat. I guess actually the pre-roll is wearing off right now, so it's fine. Maybe I don't do top of the hour and I just wait. I'll just set an alarm for the next ad. 1 hour and 3 minutes. Because it turns off pre-roll ads. Yeah, bartender, switch to Grimes' voice, please. Keynote speaker. Guy ran as an MP. His main background is a keynote speaker at a conference about robot sex dolls. Is that Drew Pavlo? That sounds like a thing that he would have done. What are the schemes that he got into with his dad? Daily Watch, was it like the Hawk Tua bot or whatever? Future of sex. I can already tell that that's the plastic penis. With my plastic penis. With your dildo. Bot Tua, yeah. I don't know why I don't know. I wonder what the future of her career is. I remember she said she didn't like Trump, that she wasn't for Trump. But I would have to imagine that her politics are like, I like the people who like me. And conservatives can be pretty shameless about just like, I don't care about this lady, but we'll make some sort of, I don't know, how do you describe that attitude? I guess that has always been like a culturally conservative thing to find funny. So I guess that is sort of inevitable. The first time I saw the Hawk Tua thing, it was a tweet about like, the context of the tweet was like, there's finally like a heterosexual meme and gay people fucking hate it. Democrats hate it. And I was like, what is this? And then I saw it and I was like, well, that's fine. Who cares? I guess that's kind of dumb. I'm sure that there are a bunch of Gen X, like Christian white ladies, like white parents showing this to their kids right now. And then maybe he was right. After a certain point, I think I've had enough of Hawk Tua. And it's because it's heterosexual. That's my opposition to it. Ugh. It's my real problem I have with what's going on. I think she's just like a sycophant for anything. All right, the ads are off. No more ad roll. You should subscribe if you want to give me money. If you like the stream and you want to give me a tip, because I guess I do run on tips technically. You did 50 reps. I assume that's 50 reps of the Mr. Beast smile. I had a tweet about that I was doing the Mr. Beast smile. 10 reps of the Mr. Beast smile in the mirror to get better doing content. No, your eyes have to be dead. But people kept saying they thought it was a transition timeline and I looked like the girl version of Mr. Beast, which I don't think that I do, so I deleted it. Aren't you heterosexual? That is, well, that's unrelated. That's an unrelated thing. This is a girl from Mr. Beast? No. It all kind of just blends together as like a lot of online culture is like this, but I feel like it's worse in this case. A lot of online culture is like you reference one thing and then also another thing together, where it's like we know that joke is funny. Isn't it funny if it would be like this joke? Like it's just two things in the same, and that's funny because those two things are funny. It's just like a self-propelling. I guess that's all it is. It's just that, but a lot worse. Where it's like we don't really have like this whole thing is just one joke that was like kind of silly. And like now it is a podcast, and I guess it's ironic. Can you send me 70 euros? I don't think so. What is Azalea Banks still making music? Or is she just posting? It does suck. Like, she's a very talented artist. She makes very great music. But she just, she is the way that she is. No. Like, what is this content mill? Milo Yiannopoulos admits to having sex with Pusheisty and Spotto got him linked up. Actually, I know firsthand that Milo doesn't drink enough water or get any vegetables, and his tarry black doo-doo that stains the toilet. You think... Sorry.
Is that a brown bear?
Delanoir? Thank you for the prime. You think that he is the bottom in this? I don't think so. I think that would be... Yeah. Did you just say I'm the top? Yeah. No, I don't think... I think that's like... That is the most that Milo can do in terms of being XK. Is like they have sex and he's only able to see the lower part of her body. And then just kind of hides the rest. And like is a top instead of a bottom. And then he's like, that's enough. I'm XK. I've done it successfully. Yeah, it's grim. That's what Mr. Beast did with the Lunchly marketing when he rented out a theater to watch Talk 2 or listen to KSI and eat Lunchly. Yeah, exactly. Back to when she attacked Tasha. That was funny. That she doesn't know how to stick her butt out. Did he rented out a theater? You're just telling me now for the first time. We gotta play that now, I guess.
From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring.
It's just what are we doing? See, look, isn't it such a weird smile? No, the eyes have to. It's like you're describing how to smile to an alien. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. What is the truth on a Mr. Beast? What did they talk about? Yeah, I don't... I mean, the thing is that that is for babies. It's literally like the lunch. It's like a baby lunch, right? The lunch you were excited to get in like grade 7. But in the same way that like high culture and low culture have been blended together, it's like content for babies and adults is now the same. It's a bit. I don't know to what extent it's a bit. I think it's ironic. Grade 7 like grade 2? I guess so. I'm trying to think. Did I don't know. I can't remember what I was... Is that weird for grade 7? What was I eating in grade 7? I can't remember. No longer matters if it's a bit. Yeah, of course not. Yeah, it's grim. I'm sure they taste awful. I'm sure it's terrible. Yeah. It's just like cheese, crackers, and then salami, right? And US grade 7s are 11 to 13 years old. Is this true? Is it 11 to... Okay. What does cheese drippy mean? It's like I don't know, man. I guess it's made with, like, it's real cheese. It's not like a fake non-dairy substitute. Like he's bragging about that. Oh, is Michael Flynn back? Someone like this. It's a semi-solid, which sounds delicious. Communista, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hello. General Michael Flynn was asked at the Rod of Iron Freedom Festival Friday night if he'd, quote, sit at the head of a military tribunal. He's still doing this? Bro thinks he's on the team. Like, you are not on the team. You are not there. Not only drain the swamp, but imprison the swamp. And if you use what your sentiment is about is accountability. I believe in accountability.
For your service?
Like, if they're draining the swamp, you are not doing it, dog. You had your moment.
And what you had to endure. Is there any chance that should the election go in a positive result, you would get your rank reinstated and sit at the head of a military tribunal to not only drain the swamp, but imprison the swamp? And on
No, it's a different... This is a former 3-star general who, like... who was on the Trump team very early, but was kicked out for like doing crimes. Who is it specifically? He was speaking to a foreign government on account of Trump before Trump was president, like negotiating as like a, you know, was it Turkey? It might have been Turkey. No. It wasn't Turkey. You're thinking of a different thing. This is in relation to sanctions. Right? It was Russia. Yeah, it was Russia. He was communicating with Russia. The thing he almost went to jail for that Trump had to pardon him was extraditing Gulen. So like Gulen is like an enemy of Erdogan in Turkey. And he's in America. He's like a private charter school guy. And I guess he and his idiot son were hired. This is after he's gotten kicked off of the campaigns a couple years later. They were hired basically. Was it explicitly to kidnap him or to do work to help kidnap him and bring him to Turkey? Which is like insanely illegal, obviously, for a U.S. citizen to do. Because Gulen is another U.S. citizen.
Your sentiment is like a lot of people that I speak to around this country, and for years now, for the last 4 years of my life, I've been around this country, you know, all over the country. I've been to over 100 cities just, you know, doing my thing, which is basically telling the American people, you better wake up here, folks. You know, there's no more well.
But Flynn is it's interesting. Flynn is, like, he was a 3-star general, right? He has a situation, like, really an embodiment of the situation or of the idea of being promoted until you're in a position that you're incompetent in. Because it seemed like he was, like, smaller level intelligence stuff. It seemed like he did well. And then he was appointed the head of a fairly large, is it agency? And he was, like, clearly does not know how to, like, run things. He was never competent. Is that true?
Well,
Maybe that's true.
We're going to go through just another election.
I remember
Always
reading
election.
some stuff, like, maybe that's true.
But what's your sentiment?
He has no capacity for leadership or to, like, be able to boss people around. He doesn't understand how to run because he, like, is not able to deal with other people. He, like, doesn't understand that other people have different demands and perspectives.
Is accountability. Okay, accountability. And if there's anything that our founders taught us, they taught us two things.
He was a national security advisor, yes. Before even Trump became, or yeah, before Trump got into office, when he knew that he was the advisor, he was talking to Russia about the fact that, like, well, don't worry, like, we'll lift the sanctions. When Trump gets in, we'll lift the sanctions, which is not something you're allowed to do. And so, but he lied to everyone about that because the scandal started to happen. And because he's just like, he's a person who doesn't comprehend truth. He's just like, the thing that I want to happen is true, so I'm just going to say it happened. So there was a scandal that began because that thing started to be revealed. Or it was before it was publicly revealed. There was a private inquiry about it. And both Trump and Pence were like, hey, Flynn, did you do this? And he was like, me? No, I wouldn't do that. And then, of course, he did. And so, like, the Trump admin, like, publicly got behind Flynn, and then it was revealed that he obviously did that shit. And then they immediately kicked him out of the position.
Taught us how to be courageous.
Just immediately. I know Pence was, like, insanely fucking mad at him. Because he just makes shit up.
Willing to give up everything to include their lives. And they also...
Yeah, he was... I think he had a position in the military that was much more simple and he didn't have to deal with people. And then he got promoted under Obama, right?
Taught us about accountability. Because they took account for themselves first and foremost. They were willing to say... You know, we hold ourselves responsible because they all said it. We hold ourselves responsible.
He's real charismatic.
For the things that are about to happen.
As you can see.
The people that we have serving.
It's funny he's still doing these. Flynn is really bitter about the fact that a lot of, like, the kind of vague QAnon people got, like, rich. And that he was kind of left behind. And so he has to do these sort of gigs for the rest of his life. Like, he's not in the Trump, like, he will not be in the Trump government if Trump wins. Like, they have no plans of that. I watched his documentary that he, like, made. You know, it was not an unbiased production. Where he talks about how Trump for a while considered him as a VP pick.
In our government right now are not
in 2016, and maybe that was never true because it wouldn't be a good idea to pick him as VP.
serving; they're serving themselves, and so we need accountability.
I think maybe again he just fucking lies, but maybe Trump said, like, maybe that's possible, and he was, like, sort of a part of campaigning, and then obviously they dumped him as soon as.
I definitely believe we need accountability. You know, your question went in.
As soon as they wasn't useful.
Some other areas that I think a lot of people actually think.
Yes, that was cool. Obama, one of the main things that Obama said to Trump, and he is so mad about this still. It's clear in the documentary that he is, like, perplexed. He's befuddled. One of the things Obama said to Trump was, like, don't fucking hire Michael Flynn. Like, he's bad.
Like you do.
And Trump, of course, he's like a vindictive, petty piece of shit. He's like, well, fuck this guy. And
I think that's...
And then hires him, and then there's like, even before he's in office, there's a scandal.
That's your right and our privilege. And Michael's right. I mean, there is a way to get after this,
okay.
But we have to win first. Okay?
He doesn't want another moment that happened, because during the last election cycle, he was like, yeah, we're gonna do the storm. And then it was a big, like, scandal. So he's, like, trying to make it so there isn't a clip. Do you see this story? What is this?
Good evening in Mitchell County, repeating.
Popular meme by Riff Raff got a 6th grader thrown. Popular meme by Riff Raff. I'm trying to think of what that could possibly be a reference to.
A popular meme got a 6th grader escorted
So
out
quiet.
of class and put in handcuffs. He's accused of making a terroristic threat. K-Texas reporter Karina Holland.
My main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. He got kicked out for saying that. Oh, they thought he meant to blow up. That doesn't make sense at all. That doesn't make sense at all. If you actually blew up, how could you act like you didn't know anybody?
On why he says it was all just a misunderstanding.
Enriquez Kanalolak Young has dreams of making it big as an artist, but he says one person who was supposed to motivate him misunderstood his ambition.
That's so funny.
My main goal to blow up. That's all I can get before the teacher interrupt me. But
Oh.
this is the full meme.
Oh,
My
that's
main
no
goal
good.
is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
Oh. Free this kid. That's fucked up.
Kanalolak Young says his
He did the
teacher at Colorado City Middle School misunderstood the meme he was quoting by
Free
a
him.
rapper named Riff Raff and thought he was threatening to blow up the school.
Oh my goodness.
My teacher has said,
It's so crazy.
you were going to do what?
I remember in high school, Justin Trudeau visited our school. I don't think, like, a bunch of people got photos with him. This is like right after, oh no, this was when he was running for office originally. And someone I knew in my grade had like a public story he made where it was like, he took a photo of the school and then it was like, he drew like a bunch of fire and like, and he was like, this is what I'm going to do. And nothing happened. It's such a weird, and obviously, yes, he was white.
And I explained and sorry.
I feel bad for this kid now.
I explained
Poor kid. Darn, that's fucked up. Did I go to school in Canada? I mean, obviously, by the story, I went to school in Serbia. That should be clear by the fact that Justin Trudeau was campaigning there. Oh, I don't know. Okay. What else is going on? I shouldn't just read text in the middle when nothing's happening. Trudeau famously big in Serbia. It's one of his most important constituencies. It was funny. I mean, this is probably for other reasons as well. But I know in 2020, the American Serbians were like leaned very hard into Trump because of how much of a hawk Joe Biden was in the 90s. He called Serbs illiterate degenerates, and because he was very for the NATO bombings. It was quite the. I mean, Biden is like one of the more extreme hawks. Zdravo Livekar. Just some candidate liberala. I can't speak Serbian. I have a very thick accent. Serbians are more likely to vote for Trudeau than Canadians. Is this true? Okay. What else has been going on recently, chat? Many such cases. That is true. I guess you're right. That is the Joe Biden defense. Is think of how long it took for for Serbians to learn how to read. They were a lot of literate well into the 20th century. I assume. What is the context of this? Serbia's capital, Belgrade. We're just hanging out. Two known historical allies. Oh. Oh, there's an Erdogan visit. I see. Okay, Dan Henschel. Relapsed after 5 years.
Hello. I have been sober for 5 years, just about, until today, because I'm gonna relapse. I'm gonna have a beer. And it's gonna be you. Because this is your fault. You and the rest of the world who made my life hell. You're responsible for this, not me. So, I'm relapsing on you!
How did he get, like, what is the logistics of putting a camera in a beer?
Ruined my fucking life! Every day! It's and you're stupid!
He's drinking it. Yeah, I don't think he poured it properly. Very cloudy.
You tasted good. Finally. The feeling I've been trying not to feel for years. The only time that I'm happy is finally back. I think I'm gonna have another one. I'm having another one.
Jesus. The shot is so good of him drinking.
Oh, that feels good.
Oh. I mean, he really drank them. That's very profound. Thank you for Dan for drinking me. That's much appreciated. What is iDubbbz up to now? Is iDubbbz just a lib culture warrior? That's a big get for us. I want to watch that.
A new book called The Truth About September 11th claims to present evidence that the destruction of the World Trade Center...
Oh yeah, he was at the Mooney thing that Travis went to last year.
...was not the work of terrorists, but was in fact perpetrated by the U.S. government. With us, the much maligned book's author, William Gerard.
Most of the mainstream media, they're just too afraid to even have me on, so thank you.
Also joining us is Omar Al-Farouk of Al-Qaeda. He's an outspoken critic of what he calls Gerard's 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Yes, Michael, I assure you that is all this book is complete nonsense.
Mr. Gerard, how did you arrive at the conclusions in your book? Where are the facts
Well, through
here?
scientific examination of Ground Zero. For example, the melted core. I mean, that was definitely evidence that there were thermite bombs that were used in bringing down those buildings.
I can assure you, we did not use thermite bombs. I did the research myself. It would not have worked. We flew an enormous airplane into a building. Okay, I think it is obvious what caused the building to crumble.
Why are you being so close-minded to this, sir? If more
How would
people
you
just
like
had the
it
courage.
if you spent, 2 months in a mountain cave, sleeping on rocks, planning something really special, only to have someone take the credit away from you? Say, oh no, you don't deserve the credit for it.
Mr. Gerard, why in the world would the U.S. government want to stage this attack on their own soil?
Greed, of course. And to increase oil revenues, the weapons industry, and security industry. industry, and these are all things that Bush and his puppet master Cheney, they've got their stakes in.
Bush's administration, they're a den of jackals. We certainly have common ground there. But what does not follow is why would they kill? Why would they kill 3,000 of their own infidels?
Well, of course, because it was all part of their plan to build a case for the war in Iraq.
He was so smart to plan all of this. Why is his approval rating, in El Haman, and why is Osama bin Laden safe in somewhere?
Yes, the Iraq War has done serious damage to the Bush administration.
Here, look. I have names, phone numbers, everyone involved in this.
You gotta be kidding. Okay? Names and phone numbers.
I have here the voucher for the lessons, for the flight lessons.
This is obviously forged documents. Come on, did President Bush give you these himself?
This is ridiculous.
Most
Me and Bush, we go out, we hang. He goes, hey, bring on the forgery. This is rubbish. Talking to you is like talking to a girl.
This is the kind of thing our government does.
Let Mr. Farouk of Al-Qaeda speak.
I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you go to the Washington Monument? Take the family. Let's say October 12th, 2009, around 3:04. Take a guided tour to the top and just wait there. I think you will see that Al-Qaeda is very good at organizing things.
Gentlemen, thank you.
This is like when Saudi Arabia threatened to do 9/11 to the CN Tower. Do you guys remember that? Hit a plane going towards the CN Tower. It was so cool. That was great. That was a great moment in Canadian history. I think it was because of it was like student visas or something were being revoked for some Saudi students. Because there was this controversy of why are Canadian governments taking so much money from rich Saudi oil barons? No, it wasn't after Khashoggi. It was about Saudi students who were paying Canadian governments obviously a lot in international fees. Because a lot of Canadian universities make a lot of money on international fees. Situation in Nigeria seems... Do you want to watch this? I'm curious what the iDubbbz... I assume this is about Money Khalif. Wait, is it Northern Ireland clip?
We're at a restaurant.
Oh, this is great. I love this clip. I think I retweeted this.
And they see someone that they know, but they don't remember their name. So they pull out their phone and they go, "Hey Siri, what's the name of that guy that I met at the conference 5 months ago?" And then it goes, beep, boop, 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 another hectare of rainforest gets shoved into the fucking furnace. His name is Steven. These are human experiences. It's not a weakness to not remember somebody's name. You just see them and you go, "Oh, you're," and then he goes, "Steven." You don't need technology to paper over that. That's part of the experience of being human. Because now you know what it is at first, this is an allegory, or it's metaphorical maybe. Digital cameras proliferated, okay? Well, let's say back in the days of photography first being invented, you had to pose like a fucking statue. Still life, right? You had to stand still for an hour and a half to get a portrait taken of you. That shit was not an accurate representation of real life, but it was nice to capture an image. I'm sure that they were loving the fact that they could take a moment from reality.
MTG, thank you for
and look at it later. That's fucking crazy. My beef is not with the photographs, okay? Later on, digital cameras come out. Millennials, Gen X, they start living candid lifestyles, taking photos of moments that happened. These were real snapshots of what was happening in life. They were carbonized moments in time. And then Facebook, Instagram. And now, just because you have a camera in your pocket, you can't just take a picture anymore. You got to take a picture next to a neon sign with some fake grass that says life's short, drink mimosas and shit like that. And that photograph's not good enough to be on my Instagram. I got to delete that photo. And this photo, no, I don't think I was looking right in that photo. Can you take it from this side instead?
The photograph is no longer copying the reality. The reality is copying the photograph.
And the more that these systems get built, and I think AI is just the next level of this, the less human we become, because all the imperfections get sanded off in favor of some kind of curated farce that is not a representation of what it means to be alive on planet Earth. I consider it an affront to the human spirit.
He's so right. He's so wise. I think he's the only streamer I'm watching right now. I feel like I never really watch like for a long time. I like check in on people, but like actually watch. I think it's only Northernlion. It's the goat. I'm bringing up his viewer demographics. Welcome back, Podria. It brings us back to the Tesla bot. Exactly. Tesla bot is such a good example of that. Good, he's Canadian. Yeah, it's because he's also Vancouver. Because it's like, you're supposed to, like, the point of a bartender is that they are a person who you interact with. That's a pretty important component of why it's not just a fucking vending machine. Is that it's a guy or a girl that you like, hello. So unfortunately harm his demographics? I don't think so. Isn't his thing, he's like, there are too many men? Otherwise you just make your own drink. Exactly. Yeah. I don't know.
People don't go in.
Automation is generally a good thing, but not in the context of... I don't know, like, it is, there are two separate arguments, I feel. One of which is, like, obviously, automation of certain things in a capitalist economy is probably not good for a lot of people who do those things to make a living. There are certain things that it's good that you can be able to be paid for and survive off of. Because obviously we can only understand technology in the social context in which it's produced. And so that's one argument of like, well, this thing would be intrinsically pretty good if, you know, you didn't have to work to survive or whatever. Or if you're like a social democrat, you know, if there's like safety nets and there's, you know, high labor participation in unions and you can get, you know, it's easy for you to come, or if you're a communist, you know, classist stateless society. Then I feel like there's a separate argument for just like, there's certain things that we probably shouldn't automate. There's certain components of human interaction that like, why are we trying to escape from these things? Why are we worried that, you know, you're going to forget someone's fucking name that you interacted with a couple months ago? Why are we worried about, oh, I don't know, like I have to write an essay for the school I'm in, for the schooling, for them to see if I have a certain capacity, a certain aptitude. And I don't want to do that. Like, why do we have, like, maybe we shouldn't be able to do those things. I don't know. Or maybe it's that, like, people have a very unsocial attitude, partially because of the capitalist economy and the fact that we're alienated from each other. The fact that we are taught to interact with each other based upon how much another person can objectively give us. We're fellow competitors on a market. The coalitions we make are intrinsically self-interested. And that bleeds into just like our friendships, how we interact with people on the street. It's like, what's the catch here? And we have good reason to think that. And it's a self-propelling institution. It's a self-propelling expectation built by suffering, built by the fact that there was a moment when you were a child, when you had an innocence that you did trust people and then you were burned. And, you know, that attitude was instilled into you via like parenting and societal standards to make sure that you could survive in the world in which we treat each other like that. Like maybe there's some sort of component of social alienation that motivates us to be so optimistic about a lot of human interaction being automated. That's very possible. But also, I don't know. I feel like a lot of AI stuff in an economy, in a society where need was understood as the primary reason for primary logic of distribution of resources and production, that like we wouldn't be able to be like, can you generate me an image of a sad of a very sad baby or a very sad child holding a dog in Hurricane Milton for me to send to my relatives? That you would be able to do that, and then a fucking a gallon of water would be poured on a radiator or whatever, poured on a, you know, a CPU so it doesn't overheat. Like that use value is incredibly distorted. Again, in a context where like there are going to be water wars in this century. A lot of people will die over access to water. That's a tendency that's going to happen. Should we be, you know, hectare of rainforest thrown into the furnace is what he said. What Northernlion said is exactly. What about a sad dog carrying a baby in a boat? What, the one that's a really important question is, what about Drake and Sonic being friends with each other and just generally hanging out? Showing each other what it means to have a friend. I think that really should. That probably is important enough to dump fucking water into a radiator. It's 2 hectares of rainforest for that. Sure, why not? It's grim. I'm so glad I didn't go through like pretty much any schooling with it when AI was a thing. I'm glad I got it before that. Because I'm sure it just sucks. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, academia's become, especially at the lower level. I'm sure graduate level, this is less of a problem. But it's just like a degree mill. Like, people go into it because they're like, well, I'm told that this is the requirement to live, to make an okay, comfortable living while being happy. So I'm fucking here. I don't give a shit about this. And to an extent, can we fucking blame people? Of course not. Like, that has become the training standard. It is a rat race, and it sucks. And either as a way of getting ahead of people, or even just like a way of having more leisure time. Because how dare people feel entitled to leisure time? You know, people just, I don't know, just fucking AI write me a 2,000-word essay on Sartre. This is cool. The gay people are less protected in Britain than bald people. Sex-related harassment, that's awesome. It's so cool though, like this is like, presumably this is a result of TERF stuff, right? If it's sex-related, there's clearly a discourse that's being inverted here. That's great. That's great. I think Britain is in a good place, and it's nothing but up from here. You know what they say. Oh yeah, this is very strange. School district approved nearly 9,000 to cut windows into the gender identity student bathroom. Top of the hour? It's not yet. It's 5 minutes, but thank you. But thank you for reminding me. I'm ready. Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, what is the logic? So it's just like, yeah, but even beside, like, it's incredibly fucked up. Why the fuck? Just make it so that you can't close the door. Like, put a doorstop. What is this? What is this municipal bloat? How does that cost 9? That's insane. This is like a front for something. They put all the money elsewhere. They were like, some person in a school district is like, I want to spend, I'm going to take a bunch of this and spend it on whatever illegal shit. Like, what do I say it's being spent on? What is the most, like, how do I say this? How do I do this in a way that keeps my head down? So I can be real low key about this. You're like, window into the gender neutral bathroom. That's it. Let's go. Real, you know. I think that's it. Someone's cousin's contracting business? Yeah, it's probably it. I don't believe that it could ever cost 9,000, right? Like, is that crazy? Is there any worlds? You know, maybe they found like a load bearing. It's a load bearing area. It costs a lot of resources. The Panopticon, the Biopticon is next, yeah. With corruption, anything is possible. It's ultimate proof that bisexual and pansexual are politically immediate distinctions. You know, Panopticon, it's existed for... How long has it been taken for them to make a Biopticon? 2024. The Transopticon. That sounds like a... That just sounds like a transformer. That just sounds like a robot that can turn into... I don't know. So the punchline there is probably offensive. I'm trying to think of a way of making a punchline there that isn't offensive. I'm failing. A big eye is good. That's good. That's much better. A pair of glasses. It's like Sauron. What is France, Italy, and Spain have released a joint statement accusing Israel. Yeah, it is interesting because, like, I feel like a couple months ago, when Israel-Iran tensions were increasing, people were worried about a war between Iran and Israel. My opinion was it's not going to happen because America doesn't want it to happen. And then America was like, oh, you can't do that. And then it kind of... But another big thing was like Western Europe was much more forward about this. Because I guess Biden specifically is fine with it happening. At this point...
That's the Day of Atonement in the Jewish calendar. It is a day when religious Jews stay at home, when traffic is banned from the street. So it is eerily quiet here. It is the first Yom Kippur day.
That's a Freudian slip.
Though for
you have a nice voice, thank you.
When Israel has been at war during that Day of Atonement, you have to go back to 1973 and the Yom Kippur War back then. And so
yes, maybe it's the second.
While you have wars raging in Lebanon and in Gaza, there is a sense of being in the eye of the storm here, potentially in the calm before an even bigger one, because not far from here in the Kiryat, that's the military security headquarters of Israel in Tel Aviv, military planners are undoubtedly putting their finishing touches to whatever retaliation they have planned against Iran that attacked Israel for the second time in its history with a direct ballistic missile attack at the beginning of the month, 200 ballistic missiles. The Israeli cabinet met on Thursday, but has not reached a final decision. But we expect some kind of retaliatory action to be happening at some...
Biden count is when I forget like an obvious word.
After this Day of Atonement
I guess I'm senile.
And there is, as you say, diplomatic outrage about the way one of its wars is going on one of its fronts, at least in Lebanon, where it seems that UN headquarters was deliberately attacked by Israel.
It is so interesting that the PR loss, because they are just invading a fucking country. Like, it was Kamala was talking about like Israel's right to defend themselves against Iran, and referred to like Israel expanding, like it needs to expand in territory a bit. It's like, what does that mean? What does it mean when a country gets larger? What does that entail?
Artillery, or certainly that's...
It was Tim Walz? Okay.
What France, Spain, Italy and other countries believe. So stern reprimands for Israel following that. But the Israelis have throughout this war since October...
Like even like the way that Sky News reporters like talking about it
last year, been fairly dismissive at times and defiant in the face of international criticism, because
I wouldn't even say it's the same as appeasement. Like the American interest here is Israel expanding.
They say they believe they're in
like they're happy to see it because it's a client state
war, potentially.
And one of the main, like, it's hard for a lot of people to gain the language of explaining that. People like to do what I call like a Victoria 3 analysis, which is like, well, what are the resources? So someone was like, oh, there's like oil in Gaza, that's why. But broadly, the American interest in Israel expanding is one, that it's like security apparatus that it has there, that it's an ally. Again, America can bring in like intel, it can weapons, its own military can be there. But then also like Israel being essentially like a garrison state is really good for the American arms industry. So American capitalists that are specifically, you know, they want to sell, which is a very military-industrial complex, very large in America. That's like a vast majority, or maybe all of the aid America gives to Israel is like a check they can only spend at Lockheed Martin. It's like Chuck E. Cheese bucks. Like you can only spend it when you go into the Lockheed Martin. So Israel is buying. It's essentially like a stimulus for the arms industry. And so Israel being a constant Lockheed Martin gift card, yeah. Israel being in this constant state of like high security, constantly being garrisoned, constantly requiring this like defense, these arms, is beneficial for that portion of the American bourgeois. The other portion of the Israeli-American relation that the American bourgeois like are its startup culture, like the Israeli kind of tech neoliberal startup economy, because Israel is like a startup country. And those two odds are kind of those two interests are kind of at odds, because the more this shit happens, the worse. You know, like the Israeli economy has not been doing well recently. So there's a back and forth between, like, I guess you could say, like Silicon Valley American capitalists who want Israel to be a normal neoliberal state, which would presumably imply at least the strong softening of Zionism. And then, like, American arms industry capitalists who want the exact opposite.
Against a much bigger threat, Iran, that is orchestrating Hezbollah and Hamas in Gaza. And I think we're heading towards some kind of denouement as Israel plans to take on that existential threat more directly. We'll have to see how they plan to do so. Will they strike Iran's nuclear facilities, their oil industry, or maybe go for their military targets? But it does seem, from what we're hearing on all kind of levels of the Israeli government and analysts outside, that a much bigger retaliation is being planned by the Israeli government.
Oh, I guess it didn't talk about that. But Mr. Jones' statement accusing Israel of violating their obligations under humanitarian international law by targeting peacekeepers. But again, like, these institutions don't have any fangs. They don't have any teeth by themselves. They're kept up by states. They are true only as far as a state can enforce them. Hardening of Israel as a result of the weakening of American soft power in the region? Yeah, but like, how much, like, what is the extent of American weakening of soft power? Because there's still fairly, like, wait, what development? America still has quite a bit of I guess the last couple of decades, maybe that's true. Like, there's still quite a bit of military cooperation between like Egypt, Saudi Arabia now, Jordan as well, like all functionally American proxies. Oh, is there an ad break? Oh, thank you. Okay, 3-minute ad break. There we go. We'll do it for 3 minutes. I'm sure that is partially a reaction. That makes sense. Desperate for a lot of high-tech weaponry? Yeah. Absolutely. I know, like, Israelis. How do I stop being EP? That's my secret. I'm always EP. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what we were talking about. Like Egypt warned Israel about October 7th before it happened. They were like, we're seeing some weird shit going on. Like Egypt enforces a part of the Gaza border. The general policy of like Arab states in the region is that they see Palestinians as a security threat and a liability. And so, like, you know, if they support Israel in quote unquote managing, which is like a brutal, I guess, vulgar word to use, Palestinians, then they're happy with that, right? Like there was discussion at some point, maybe there still is, about like Israel wanting to expel all Palestinians from Gaza.
A brown bear?
Texavera, thank you for the tier 1. Please subscribe if you like the stream. If you want to be cut out of the ad breaks. There are lots of viewers, so please give me money, especially if you're an interviewer, you want a tip. We have lots of cool emotes. I like money. And I'm gonna do streaming a lot more because I took a break from it. And you get the little wavy guy. I mean, I think a lot of them, like Saudi Arabia doing currency deals with China, I think they're looking in that direction. It's the same with Israel because you don't want to be just dependent on a single power. But I think it's far from the sort of multipolar relationship that some people describe it as. Like again with Israel, where it's like 70% of its arms come from America, and then like 29% is from Germany, and then 1% is from everyone else. Like Israel is dependent on America. It has to look back at America. Travis is still alive. He went on a break. He was out hiking and shit. But he's back for next week's episode, or this week's. I don't know what day is it. I guess it would be next week because it's Saturday. We did an episode on what 2 episodes did we do? The premium is on the tornado, or no, hurricane. And then the main episode is a couple things. It's a grab bag of new stuff. I'm also on both of them. Anyways. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, it is one interesting component of this is how thoroughly Iranian security apparatus has been compromised by Israel. Like it's crazy. The fact that they were managed to assassinate I'm blanking on his name now. It was on Sword, yeah. Romka, thank you. The Hamas politician. That's a Biden count. It's Hania, thank you. The fact that they were able to assassinate Hania while he was in, like, Tehran is insane. Did we get confirmation on what that was? Like, was that a drone? There was some report I saw that it was like they planted an explosive somewhere a month ago. But that seems more ridiculous, and it was probably just like somehow they flew a drone in. Just like bombed. They were tipped off that he was staying somewhere. Like it's an insanely humiliating thing to do to a country. Like this is a person who's hosted in your country and we've assassinated him. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to I'm not looking forward to the future. just in general. Last news said it was a projectile. Okay. How they did that, I'm not sure. I mean, a part of that is Iran is like a theocracy that a lot of people are not. That is a lot of internal unhappiness. There's a lot of tension between reformists. And I can't remember what the faction. Traditionalists? Just Sign is giving Kamala a run for her money as Democratic panic. Oh, the Just Sign ad is fucking insane. Survey of Muslim voters in Michigan. Yeah, that makes sense. What, can I see that ad? It's insane that they did this. I mean, Stein is a fucking moron. Like, it's a fake party. They're incompetent, and it just means nothing. Reminds me of the Canadian Communist Party, where like they don't even do anything. They just run to complain. It's like it's not really a functional. Canada's having secessionist rumblings. I guess the Bloc are resurgent, the Bloc Québécois, but I wouldn't say that it's like a serious, like Quebec is under threat of leaving.
Stein, Green Party candidate for president. So why are Trump's close allies helping her? Stein was key to Trump's 2016 wins.
Also, yeah, this is the best day of Jill Stein's life. They're running attack ads against her.
In battleground
Are you
states.
serious?
She's not sorry she helped Trump win. That's why a vote for Stein is really a vote for Trump.
Jill Stein, I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I mean, Jesus Christ, they're just gonna lose. I don't know, man. Trump is so unpopular. It's such an easy election to win. That is the thing people don't understand, I think. They're like, everyone fucking wins against Trump. If they lose, it'll be such an incredibly incompetent thing. So easy. You should give me money if you enjoy the stream. There's a lot of people in here. Subscribe, gift sub, much appreciated. If Dems lose, they're gonna go so far, right? Absolutely. Because really, like, the GOP are, like, Trump is really bad for the Republicans in terms of electability. I am gay! Benko, stepson, thank you for the prime. Librarians fan, or libraries fan, thank you for the 2-1. Thank you. Woke Sky, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Gay! Okay, there's a hype train. Oh, you know what I want to listen to? This banger.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea.
He can
Do
talk.
whatever you want all the time.
Help the humans about to escape.
You should subscribe if you've enjoyed the stream so far.
He can
Follow.
talk. He can talk.
Oh, join the Discord as well. It'll ping you when I go live. This is my favorite thing ever of all time.
Help me, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
I need an Zayas emote.
I think you're crazy. Want a second opinion? You're also lazy.
I need to update some of the emails.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
This is such a great Simpsons bit.
Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Can I play the piano anymore? Of course you can. Well, I couldn't before.
What's Kennedy doing? Kennedy is running for Trump right now. Isn't he he's in Battleground States? States? Battleground States? Trying to get Trump elected?
Chimpanzee. No, you'll never make a monkey out of me. Oh my God, I was wrong. It was Earth all along. You finally made
It's such a funny bit. It's gotten to a point where I appreciate it at like a more instinctual level. Just like the sounds are nice.
I love you, Dr. Zayas.
It's such a good bit. It's such a funny idea. There's a hype train still going on if you would like to subscribe. It's much appreciated. I'm streaming a lot more. If you want me to stream more, you should give me more money. Golden Age Simpsons is great. What else is going on? We don't want to watch more Ray William Johnson. When it comes tax return, if someone gives 5 subs, we'll do it. How about that? I gotta bribe you guys to give me money. JBS Synergy, thank you.
A brown bear?
Thanks for the prime. Evilge. Hey, listen, I'm making a living. There you go. Goddamn name, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. See, there you go.
Oh, it's
Now
okay.
it's
I'm
worked.
transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
It works. It works, folks. I live
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
probate, I think.
Do whatever you
Thank you for the 5
want.
gift subs as well. Thank you. Is it probate? I assume it's a T. This is a classic.
I am gay.
JPEG. Thank you for the prime. Crazy Fist. Thank you for the gift sub. Big Minus on prime. Let's go.
I'm gay.
Let's go.
I am a guy who wants to screw guy.
Where's the big lizard? It's the bigger from X to everything out. Yeah. I hadn't streamed for a while, but I'm back at it. Oh, we're 1 away from cooking stream goal. What should I make? We'll do a cooking stream. A goddamn name, thank you. Thanks so much. We love to see it. TFT Dev, thank you for the prime. I think it takes a second to update. I can make miso soup. I gotta make something else too though, because that's not enough. Smoke a brisket, I don't know how to do that. Matthew, thank you.
Wow, I've got these bits right here doing nothing posting watch.
Well, there you go, Matthew Melted. Thank you. Who amongst us not having a couple bits lying around? I should grow a pumpkin on stream. Succulent Serbian cuisine. Grill some cevapcici cheese. Some pieskavica. Honestly, I probably could. Some weed brownies. Serbian cuisine stream, let's go. Chivapia's love, Chivapia's life. Authentic Ottoman cuisine, true. That's so true. A plant seminar? I don't have any. I don't trust myself with plants. Forgot about the guitar solo. This is a Petit Playbo song, of course. Shout out to Petit Playbo. What do you have an opinion on ice cream places in Van? They have good ice. I'm trying to remember. I lived in Mount Pleasant for a while. What is her name? Game Quarter, thank you for the gift sub. And Physics Animal, thank you. Thank you so much. The one, my favorite place on Main Street that is not. You got the rare sound, you did it. Or Game Quarter did it, thank you. The fish counter on Main is so fucking good. I miss not living on Main Street. Goated place. Goated fish and chips. Crazy Fest, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thanks for the bag of subs. 11 total, thank you. Where is Ice Cube on Crazy? Okay. Men's guy, yeah, menswear guys washed, absolutely. See against rent control. I mean, I feel like that's not a surprise. Maybe I'll make a good like salad, like balsamic, some balsamic vinaigrette thing with like mustard. And then cucumbers, tomato, some feta, some red pepper. What else you throw in there? I mean, it's the menswear thing is funny because he makes fun of people we don't like. That's kind of the Magic Asparagus. Thank you for the prime. That's kind of the point of a lot of people online. Maybe I'll just like pan-sear some chicken or something. There's this really good chicken rub I got. I cannot remember the name of it, I'm sorry. Also, shout out to JFast for editing that, for making this edit. Oh, 2021 throwback. I've never been a baking person. My girlfriend who I live with has celiac disease, so it's not been a hobby I've been able to. I mean, not that I've been barred, that I've wanted to, but thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you so much. We'd love to see it. Oh. There you go. Oh, it's okay. She's doing good. Just means she can't have gluten. Vancouver's really good for gluten-free stuff. Shout out to all the like hippies who don't consume gluten for like a weird arbitrary reason. Makes it a lot easier to find stuff we can dine at together. Is it TikTok? Oh, classic.
T'es woke, toi.
Toi, t'es un woke.
Toi, t'es un woke left. Tu supportes les trans pis les pronoms, toi. Veux-tu dire mes pronoms?
Mes pronoms?
Mes pronoms?
Québec.
Français.
Français. Go Habs go.
Barbecue. Go Habs go. Bleu pied rose. Toi, c'est quoi tes pronoms, hein? Vas-y, dis-moi tes pronoms. Joe Biden. RuPaul.
Chiak is so beautiful.
Je vais prier pour toi.
Chiak is so beautiful. It's such a beautiful. What was the one I liked? These are great.
Puis everyone est comme, the planet's dying. The planet's not dying.
She's good.
She's fine. C'est quoi que la planète va faire?
C'est nous autres qui n'est pas capable de handler la true tea de la planète anymore.
C'est ça qui va arriver. La planète va faire comme toutes les autres extinctions de masse. Je pense qu'on est dans la 6e extinction de masse. Elle va recovery. Ça va prendre des millions d'années. Elle va recovery. Ça, c'est iconic.
C'est iconic behavior.
Ça, c'est iconic
behavior.
Yeah.
Given that faith qu'on est, ou that fate, qu'on est sur cette burning planet ici, causée par nous autres, why not just be iconic?
C'est pas faux. I think Chiak is beautiful.
Comme Boss Baby?
Boss Baby.
Okay, Boss Baby is so unhinged.
Ça me fait peur.
C'est vraiment scary.
C'est comme Uncanny Valley.
C'est Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
Je dirais que c'est on par avec la f***upness de des gender reveals.
Okay.
Because t'as un bébé.
Capitalist bébé.
Capitalist bébé habillé dans une suit en train de runner une compagnie de spot. Like, I don't even know the plot. But l'idée que tu projettes un bébé as an adult,
c'est weird.
Tu aurais projeté l'image que le bébé, comme ton image de quoi ce que ton bébé va être.
Everyone in Canada should talk like this. I think that I should support Québécois sovereignties.
I hate that.
Not for them to leave, but for them to like force French language laws onto everywhere.
Also, quoi,
Google
tu veux que ton bébé soit un finance bro?
Is the bar
Which,
so low?
I think culturally, on peut agree que des finance bros sont vraiment at the bottom tier of people we like to have around.
I agree.
Comme comme un bébé qui est le Wolf of Wall Street. I don't want that.
That's great. Franglish is beautiful. Because they're Chiac, which is not Québécois. Do I speak French? No, I don't speak French. Which is like, they're generally in New Brunswick, right? Chiac? It's a different, it came at a different time than, or I guess they have a longer history of like oppression under the British Crown. Yeah, they're Acadian. And then the Québécois. So they have a different, they speak differently, and Chiac is more like Franglish. Yeah, they got deported. I guess that's a way of putting it. That's where Louisiana French comes from. Oh, it's a part of. Well, I guess not, because it was, you know, but a lot of Louisiana French. That's cool. It's cool how gay stuff is. Maybe baseball is fine. Acadian, yeah. That's where Cajun comes from, is Acadian. I bet there's a billion quote tweets to this of like, this is what guys who vote for Kamala Harris. Trump, the word grocery, it's sort of a simple word, but it sort of means like everything you eat. The stomach is speaking. It always does. That is so like, look, oh, that's so funny. That's a great tweet. The stomach is speaking. It always does. What was that thing? What did Lacan tell like Chomsky? Like, I think with my feet. It was like the most annoying non-response to some Chomsky thing he's mad about. It's great. It's good stuff. It's cool that he did make like, the thing about him being a charlatan is kind of true. Even if he does like saying that positively, he really does just make shit up sometimes. He was just saying anything in those fucking lectures. What was I love that video of the 68er. I guess it's 72, so it's after 68. Just like confronting him. Is there subtitles on this?
Comme dans tout ce que je dis, bien sûr. Pourquoi dirais-je autre chose que ce dont il s'agit, justement, dans ce qu'il en est de l'inconscient?
What was Lacan's relationship to 78 or to 68? He was fairly neutral, right? I feel like with a lot of Lacanians, there is like a distrust of power, but no. Why does he talk like that? Because he's Lacan.
À savoir que le langage, ça n'a jamais, ça ne donne jamais, ça ne permet jamais de formuler que des choses qui ont 3, 4, 5, 10, 25 sens. Le sujet supposé savoir.
And then it's just because they're like public lectures, I guess. It's just strange. Oh yeah, you just... I love he's just like smoking a cigarette, like...
Oh, oui. Vous allez me brutaliser?
mais je m'exprime à ma façon, comme ce monsieur.
This Isaiah's roughed me up is funny. It's an oddly like polite.
Alors, je voudrais encore ajouter que j'ai interviewé.
I like that they're interviewing him too. Oh, he's on Twitter, isn't he?
Bien au moment où j'ai envie d'intervenir et que.
Isn't this guy on Twitter now?
Disons que.
I remember someone saying linking his Twitter.
L'ensemble, ce qui, jusqu'il y a environ 50 ans, pouvait être appelé culture, c'est-à-dire expression de gens qui.
It's such a. Isn't it so funny to think of how different like 60s, 70s French culture is from American culture now? Like, in terms of like public discourse.
Exprimer ce qu'il pouvait ressentir ne peut plus est maintenant un mensonge et ne peut plus être appelé que spectacle.
He's like
et au fond,
spectacle
la toile de
guy.
fond qui relie au fond et qui sert de liaison entre toutes les activités personnelles aliénées. Au fond, si maintenant les gens qui sont ici se rassemblent à partir d'eux-mêmes et authentiquement veulent communiquer,
He's like the
ce sera sur
artist,
de toute autre
you know.
base et avec un tout autre.
That was common in this he is a situationist, sorry, yeah. Like keyboard.
Il est évident que ce n'est pas une chose qu'il faut attendre des étudiants qui sont par définition.
But think of like big controversial
Ceux qui, d'un côté,
like public schisms within current like American academic
s'apprêtent à devenir les cadres donc du système
The American
avec toutes leurs justifications et qui
Academy.
sont précisément le public qui, avec sa mauvaise conscience, va se repaître précisément
Jake Runner,
des
thank
résidus
you.
des avant-gardes et du spectacle.
Are there any? It's like, well, I guess one of the main public schisms right now is on like Israeli invasion of Gaza. Mouthful of spiders, thank you for the prime. We love that image.
Décomposition. C'est pour ça que je choisis précisément ce moment pour venir m'amuser, quoi. Parce que si je vois par exemple des types qui s'expriment authentiquement quelque part, je ne vais pas précisément venir les ennuyer, mais je choisis spécialement ce moment-ci, quoi.
Ouais.
Bon.
And then he gets a round of applause too.
Que j'essaye d'expliquer la suite un peu.
Quelle suite? Par rapport à ce que je viens... J'aimerais bien que vous me répondiez, par
Mais
exemple.
oui, bien sûr, mais je vais vous répondre. Mettez-vous là, vous allez, je vais vous répondre. Je vais vous répondre. Mettez-vous là,
et
là où vous étiez. Hein? Peut-être que j'ai quelque chose à vous répondre, pourquoi pas. Hein?
Vous voulez jouer aussi?
Oui, c'est ça.
Nice.
C'est une très bonne idée.
Nice, what's that? It's very polite. It's very funny.
Bon. Alors, j'en étais au langage.
Mettez-vous là. Have a seat. I guess this
Le
is
Rhin
him.
vagabond, c'est vous qui fondez les civilisations.
What is his name?
Vos errances.
It's funny he's got great hair still. This is What is his name? That's him. Angeles Studio Cosme de Capital. Il y a Tour Panoptique. Laid Anatole Atlas. Le propre muséum Asphérid. I actually don't know what that word means. Enspheropédie. Hashtag spherism. I don't fucking know what that is. What is that word? Enspheropedia? What the fuck? Okay, so this isn't like a... But yeah, he's a poster. No, he's retweeting Elon. It's so Jover. It's so Jover, dude. We're cooked. Jeez, Lumumba? What does he think about, like, I'm sure he hates Macron. But, guess he doesn't. He's like a Mélenchon guy. I guess that makes sense. He fell off. I guess he fell off. To be fair, every French person hates Macron. I guess that's true. Well, it's from what direction you hate him.
Si vous vous êtes là comme ça exprimé, hein,
Yeah, he's the guy with the Neuralink.
devant ce public.
It is funny, like the average trajectory of a politically active person in their, like, I guess that would be like 70s or 60s now, is like you're like a situationist communist in 68, where you write about like how the age of consent is tyranny, and then you become like an economic minister under Macron and talk about why they need to kick Muslims out of the country. That is like the average like Gen X boomer French guy.
Ces déclarations
No, they put Neuralink in a guy.
insurrectionnelles. Mais qu'est-ce que
I mean, we don't have to. The 80s reactionary. Yeah. Yeah. It's good for that guy, I guess. How is other people factoid actually just statistical error? Average person has a normal time with other people. Sartre, who lived in France and had to live with thousands of French people each day, is an outlier and should not have been counted. That's very funny. Info, c'est les autres. Okay, what do we want to watch? What happened to the Neuralink guy? Because I remember he got to, like, he could play, like, chess with his mind. What happened to him? What did they... The guy who did Neuralink. I guess he's just hanging out. Was the thing like he had a terminal illness or something? Hey, Central Committee. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Shout out. Follow Central Committee if you haven't. How do I do? It's shout out. How do you shout out? Oh, that's it. Another 12. Honestly, if this is this a Canadian question or American? It's hard to know. I think Canada. I think Poilievre is a good 4 years. I think that he's gonna, like, people already don't really like him. He has like -1 approval. The second that Trudeau isn't in the picture, it's gonna be like Liz Truss Starmer level approval. So if the Liberals replace Trudeau, because he's not gonna step down now, obviously, because he's like insane. No, NDP is cucked. NDP are cucked. They tried to like have a essentially a coalition with the Libs to get through like healthcare stuff, and like the Libs just like didn't do anything because they want to be neutral on the question of healthcare privatization. People don't really like seeing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He just hasn't. He tried to position himself as like a Bernie sort of, but then he doesn't have any desire to do that. It's like, how do we vaguely, which is always what the NDP has been as a major party, was like, we just want a bit more healthcare. But yeah, NDP opposition is statistically impossible with the current model. It's Liberal opposition or Bloc. Currently, the NDP stand to lose seats at the moment. Le bloc majoritaire. Ouais. Yeah, they're not doing good. This is so funny. -1 approval. And that's how much people fucking hate Trudeau. They're trying to get him to step down. I was talking about that a bit earlier. There's now like more than 20 Liberal MPs have signed a very secret thing. Very secret document that like demanding Trudeau to step down. That's apparently like now reached like the second page of signatures. Because obviously, you know, they want to have a job after the election. They want to be a politician still. And if this projection is true, this is one of the better projections for the Liberals through 38. I've seen other people who are mapping out like polls, and it's like, yeah, the block is the. Let me go on Canadian election Twitter. See some oomphs. Why can I not find anyone? My goodness. Hold on. Where did they go? Oh, here we go. Ace Fourier, although he's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, like the Sing in terms of like when during polls that ask like who is your favorite leader or like who do you want to lead the most, which is weird because like leader favorability is not directly tied to like people's voting intentions. Like Singh is below Trudeau and Poilievre. Like Poilievre is obviously the one who's winning in that. I think at one point there was one poll that showed Singh that above like 1 or 2 points or something above Trudeau, and they were like bragging about it. Like the NDP was bragging about that poll. And it's like, no, I don't. I think that's like, remember he did blackface? Do you guys remember that? Remember the increase in, you know, the housing crisis that's happened? Like, I don't know, people just are not. And obviously you put all of the changes on a prime minister, especially one who's been in power for this long. That's why it's hard to stay in power for that long. I'm trying to find a model. Maybe I should look at Elections Canada. Because some of those do like Polling Canada. That's what it's called. Elections Canada is the. Oh, here's one. This is an interesting one. So there's always way over a majority, so it doesn't matter because they can do whatever the fuck they want with a majority. Liberals on the block kind of. NDP, I guess, are. What are they right now? Are they 35 seats? It's like not a single Liberal seat. Oh no, they got a couple in the Lower Mainland. But like other than that, not a single Liberal seat west of Toronto. This is pretty favorable. Like this is very red for. This is a very liberal Montreal, which I don't know if that's like in the recent by-election, if that's indicative of reality. Like polling is, you know, obviously very inaccurate sometimes. Where's another mapped out poll? Montreal is pretty liberal. Is that a crazy thing to say?
I am gay.
That's the right live. Thank you. Live Eric our themed Lunchly cooking stream. That's true. The Lunchly stream is I just open a Lunchly and then be like, I like my cheese drippy, bruh. What did he say? I can't remember. Has Black ever been in a coalition? I don't think so. Am I forgetting something? Analog for Trump over there. Well, Polyev is funny. Should I do the shtick about the conservatives again? That like the current Conservative Party is a coalition of the old British Tories, basically. You know, like old school Canadian Tories, a la sort of, you know, like I guess fiscal conservative, socially like not liberal, but like pip pip cheerio sort of, and then like Christian nationalists, the ones who like a lot of whom want like abortion to be limited, they don't like gay rights, and then like libertarian economic populism. That's the current coalition. Yeah, like royalists. Yeah, right, Albert. Thank you for the raid. And Polyev is definitely the last one, is sort of like libertarian economic crank populism, which is why his whole thing is like the government is printing money and inflation is like a class domination thing because it makes it so that your money is less valuable and the government has more power. And so when I get into office, I'm going to print way less money. And that's why inflation is happening, because Trudeau is like Trudeau is trying to like limit the power of the middle class. r/brain cell libertarian. Yeah, it's like, it's very stupid. And actually, like, obviously Canada's been doing relatively well in terms of inflation. He's now blaming the carbon tax, like inflation for the carbon tax. In the last couple of years, inflation has done, like Canadian inflation is a lot less severe than a lot of other countries who don't have a carbon tax. And obviously there's more to inflation than printing money. It's like a very traditional view. Although like central banks usually do have that attitude anyways. So it's not like, it's a weird populist thing, but like that message is very simple and it's very easy for people to understand that their money is worth less if there's more money circulating in the system. And that's the only thing we have to consider. Yeah. So people that message works with people because they want to change. And he's also doing like very extreme YIMBYism. Canadian Javier Milei. Yeah, that's good. There's the problem that the housing crisis is because of gatekeepers who are being too strict about like the safety regulations on buildings. Fellow Burns been the carbon tax for really everything. Yeah, we're kind of cooked. If that is the attitude. Yeah, it's not good. I mean, Alberta is fundamentally the reactionary core of Canada. If you look at the really especially insane newer trends within conservatism, they began in Alberta. Well, it's interesting. Polyev doesn't want to do culture war stuff because he realizes it doesn't work. The Canadian electorate is generally better about that. A lot more scared about the idea of abortion or gay marriage, or even trans people. Although again, like not as much. People don't really care about us. Like he realizes that liberals do well when they contextualize conservatives as dangerous, and he doesn't want, even though there's a bunch of like baying freaks in his party. You know, like he's had the MP recently. Mums, thank you for the 2-1. An MP recently said that they think abortion should be like illegal. Polyev doesn't like trans people, but he doesn't want to talk about trans people. He doesn't want that to be the main thing of the party because he realizes that it doesn't go well. Like at one point he was asked about like, should biological males be in women's changing rooms? And he was like, well, sure, they shouldn't, but like, that seems more like a provincial thing. Like, I don't know if we could legislate that federally. There's been a general live and let live thing. Yeah, that pulls well. Vivre et laisser vivre. That generally does well. So he's kind of been emphasizing that. The question, like, Harper had this coalition, and he managed to stay in power for so long because he was able to, like, keep the insane people in his party under check, under control. But, like, I don't think Poilievre is going to be able to do that. He's already kind of failing at doing so. So it's, you know, and people don't really like him as is. I think I'm excited. Canadian resistance libs, after Poilievre gets a majority and becomes the most unpopular fucking PM, Canadian resistance libs are really gonna pop off. You guys look like you're having such a good time for 4 years down there. It's gonna happen here. Anglo-Canadian electorate is pretty close to America. Although, Canadians fucking hate the GOP. The Canadian electorate does not like the GOP at a much higher rate. UCB putting up to discussion trying to ban genderless bathrooms. Did that happen this week? It's in Alberta. Because I know have they successfully banned puberty blockers for under 15s? I mean, that's a real insane. I mean, no, British Columbia is going to be worse if the Conservatives win. But yeah, you can see, even if you look at the difference in Ontario versus Alberta Conservative premiers. What was the premier's? She made some comment about. What was it? Opposing national pharmacare. What was it? What was the conspiracy thing she got in trouble for recently? I forgot. Daniel Smith. Chemtrails. It was the chemtrail thing. She's a chemtrail believer. So that's what's going on in Alberta. Trump wants drug dealers and addicts killed. Same with. I'm actually not aware of the specifics of Alberta, but certainly, I mean, the Conservatives and the NDP want to increase policing and involuntary treatment of people who are addicted to drugs. Halcyon, thank you for subscribing. I'm still not sure where. I don't know where that alert is for. I don't know, but thank you. I think it's on Streamlabs, maybe? There's... Oh, is she? I mean, of course, like, Azealia Banks is like an evil person. Don't even like she's not. Yeah. Like, she's kind of insane. That's why her career has been ruined, despite her being like a very talented musician. What should I do for a cooking stream? I guess that'll be next stream. Maybe on Monday. Get a con hammer.
come. Do not
Thank
come.
you.
I'm gonna come.
What else do? Maybe I should. Serbian cuisine.
Is that we're in a situation where, well, we're going to have to. I know I'm going to go to.
He is fucking ancient, dude.
Vice President second. She's my boss. We're going to be. Hang on a second, man. Sure. We're going to be going to the Congress. We're going to need a lot of help. We need a lot more money.
Imagine if he was still running, yeah. Imagine the world where his like circle isn't stupid enough to do a debate in fucking May. Was it May? Was it June? And the first Trump debate, like the first we really see of him is in September as the candidate. Could you imagine the world? The grim fucking world.
As we identify specifically how much is
4 more years left in him. He wanted to be president at 80 fucking 9.
So I'm just telling everybody now. I want to hear that this is going to be the end.
He's still complaining that they fucking made him step down. Because it's so like the failure, the unpopularity in Kamala is her relationship to Biden, basically. That she's not running an oppositional. If Biden had stepped down, just been like a one-term like caretaker president or whatever, it's like, we did it, we defeated Trump, now I'm done. They had a proper like Democratic primary with like a, you know, like a Dem politician who's been proven to be successful in like swing states. Like it would, the Democrats, you know, candidate Gretchen Whitmer would be winning by 10 points right now in the polls.
So with that, I'll yield to the president. I mean the vice president. Is that?
I mean, it's grim, man. No. I mean, the election cycle is so much more grim somehow. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, I want to see this.
Jesus.
Because she did the town hall. How did that go?
So it's been a couple years since I've gone out of college, and in that time I actually
Because yeah, they just completely abandoned this line.
met a lot of people, a lot of classmates that became friends, and one thing that
It was bad. It was a Univision. Yeah, like.
that happened that time is a lot of them were talking, feeling this theme of fear, and a lot of these classmates were actual dreamers.
Yeah.
And
She's like,
you know,
fuck.
They
Oh,
had
no.
day by day, and you know, had that fear in them.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how would you get these students under DACA the opportunity and citizenship to continue?
Thank you and congratulations on being a first-time voter. That's wonderful. Your voice is your vote, and this is again part of the point of a democracy.
Did he say who he was voting for? Was he like, I'm not fucking sure, but I'll vote for you, the other
As
guy?
long as we can hold on to a democracy, each individual has
She's stalling.
the ability and the power to determine the course of our country through your vote and so many other ways. So our dreamers.
Oh.
This is, again, a very big example of what the price is to pay for a broken immigration system.
Okay, but
Our
what are
dreamers who you know, and they are friends, classmates, former classmates of yours.
What is your
Children who came very young to the United States, who have worked hard, who have built up a productive life, who are in universities, who are working in Fortune 500 companies, who are serving in our military.
I wonder what they prepped her for this question, because surely they prepped her for like, why did you abandon the dreamers?
Serving in our military, prepared to die for the sake of our country and what we stand for. And one of the big
And I believe the time is up for that question.
problems with failure to have
Jane from Tarzan fit? That's cool. I like that. That wasn't what I was going for, but I
comprehensive plan
support
for
that
immigration
interpretation.
is that we have not given them the pathway to earn their right to citizenship. And that is, again, that is one of the priorities for me, frankly, in terms of my motivation for what I know we must do. And they're afraid. They're constantly worried. I mean, their court cases still.
So what are you gonna do?
We're these young people. You know, now we're looking at.
It's literally a non-answer. That's crazy. I mean, what the fuck can she say? What can she say? She can't say anything. Yeah, it's like we, as a party, we've abandoned the dreamers.
Right, but who are still afraid. It pains me.
He's like, oh, they're not.
I know many of them who are still afraid somebody might come knocking on their door. And I just think it's important that we recognize who this population of young people are and agree that they have been so productive.
Oh. Because what is the Dem position on it? They're just done with that, right? Exosphere, thank you. Like what?
They are prepared to do what is necessary by law. And I think it's it should compel us to agree they should not have to live in fear, but should have an ability to be on a pathway.
So it's nothing. They don't have the. She told the lady whose undocumented mom died. This is it's so interesting for her to do Univision Town.
Sure.
Like, what are the demographics for, like, this is a part of, like, the Obama coalition that they really lost, right? I mean, obviously.
Good evening, Harris, Madam Vice President.
Usted y yo tenemos algo en común. You and I have something in common. We both lost our mother.
Oh, I don't want to watch this.
Oh. And I'm an American citizen, born to two Mexican parents. They were here before I was even born. They've worked their whole lives. But with the way immigration laws change over time, I was only able to help my dad get his legal status squared away, but not my mom's. My mom passed away just 6 weeks ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And she was never, ever able to get the type of care and service that she needed or deserved. Sorry. Take your time.
It really is like her being able to do this and like live with herself really does require that she doesn't believe anything. How do you not have to face people like this and be like, sorry, we're abandoning you, and not have to fucking kill yourself?
Take your time.
So my question,
Like, I'm so serious. I don't understand.
is what are your plans, or do you have plans to support that
Like, if I could not bear to do this.
subgroup?
I could not possibly imagine agreeing.
It's okay, I'm transgender.
Yifa,
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
thank you for the raid.
Of immigrants
I hope you had a nice
who
stream.
have been
Follow
here
Yifa.
their whole
Shut
lives,
up.
or most of them,
We're
and
we're-
have to
we're-
live and die in the shadows.
Kamala Harris fell off. That's the.
I'm so sorry for you.
Thank you.
You must remember your mother as she lived.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough of a feeling about your strength that it probably comes from her to know she would want you to remember her as she lived and not as she died, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, let's take it one step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents were here for years, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And your father was able to earn his pathway to citizenship, but your mother was not. And I'm going to assume it's because part of the problem is that we do have a broken immigration system, including it being the case that even though when we were elected in 2020, and the first bill we offered Congress, before we did the bipartisan infrastructure bill, before we did the work.
So she's bragging about. It is. I know that you guys said that this was the case. The border bill would make it worse.
On gun safety, before we did
Like
the
what-
work
oh.
on investing in chips and science, the first bill we offered within hours of taking the oath.
Our immigration system is broken, and I'm going to make it worse.
Was a bill to fix the immigration system, including creating a comprehensive, earned pathway to citizenship for hardworking people. And it was not taken up. And now we look at a situation where people are suffering. The reality is that in terms of having access to health care, had your mother been able to gain citizenship, she would have been entitled
Partisan phobic.
to health care that may have alleviated her suffering and yours. And this is one example of the fact that there are real people who are suffering.
Like what are the specific details of that bill? Partisan border bill. What's really in the immigration bill? We get almost $8 billion in emergency funding for immigration and customs. Set a goal of speeding up the review of asylum claims. Trying to let no cases last more than 6 months. To close out a claim rather than going through immigration courts. $4 billion. Require asylum seekers to show greater proof to seek refuge in the U.S. and would ensure they are allowed a lawyer if they are facing rapid deportation. When children are 14, we granted lawyers during removal process. Region of $350 million. So the immigration advocates quickly panned the proposal. It would eviscerate long-standing protections. The bill would force the Department of Homeland Security to shutter the border if daily illegal crossings top 5,000 migrants. Administration could only reopen the border if encounters of illegal crossings dropped 75%. Port of entry. Where's the... They're running on border walls, man. Use money already laid out. The bill would force the Biden admin to use money already laid out for border barriers on the kind of steel fencing that Trump boasted during his tenure. They're building, like, the wall is bipartisan now. Bollard-style border, 18 to 30 feet high, anti-dig and anti-climb features. Quickly stem the lack of relief or pathways to citizenship for so-called dreamers or undocumented immigrants who came to the... A part of me was like, did I miss something about, like, it helping the... Like, because that's just so fucking brazen. To be like, sorry your mom couldn't get fucking healthcare because the path to citizenship, like, didn't apply to her. Like, sorry she fucking died because of that. I was trying to pass a bill that would have made it worse. Pathways to citizenship for so-called dreamers or undocumented immigrants who came to the U.S. as children. No new citizenship path for farm workers or other long-time residents who work in essential jobs. Aim to provide a pathway to citizenship for documented dreamers who accompany their parents on a work visa. Well, it's the, like, Pell Grant to single mothers who are starting a business. Yeah, it's... Because what does she have to... She has nothing to say to people who are asking her about immigration. She doesn't have anything to say. Why would she show up to this? It's grim. It's grim. It's grim, man. It's not good. Ugh. I wonder what the liberals are gonna be here after a reshuffling following Trudeau leaving. That is really like an open question because Trudeau really defined the party for like a decade now. Like it was in a really unsure place, and then he came along and he was like, "Yeah, we'll do this like." Almost like, I don't want to say culture war, but like sort of socially liberal fiscally, I don't know, kind of in the middle, whatever. Sort of thing under Trudeau Jr. But what is the Liberal Party's identity without him? It's interesting. That's why he has such an ego. Is there another child of Castro who can take the reins? He is Canada's Obama in a sense, culturally. And then also, you know, he was trying to be Canada's Obama. He got in trouble for trying to be Canada's Obama. Which is a joke I've said before that I'm reusing. Because I'm shameless. Oh, what should we... I'm stealing from Northernlion now. Where he does a bunch of games. I saw him play this. The global thing. These are cool. What other sort of things like this exist? There's a new mystery country. Your goal is to guess which country it is using the fewest number of guesses. You start by... There's a film one. Let's do... Okay. It's 3,000 kilometers. Chesil is cool. Okay, we'll do these. Also, if you like the stream, make sure to subscribe. Give subs are appreciated. Tips. I would think like I'm so bad at the guessing here, but like maybe like Georgia. Oh, so this is closer. We want it to be more red. Well, does it tell me what this one is? Okay, so it's probably like, maybe it's here? I'm trying to think of the position there. Like, oh, we're close. We're not close? Or we're equally close. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Oh, does this? No, it doesn't count it. Okay, I assume it counts mainland France. So Niger is slightly closer. But they're like pretty much the same, but like a little bit. Well, I know French Guinea is France, but I'm like, does the calculation like use Martinique and Guinea? I don't think so. I guess it would be like Tunisia? No. Fuck. This is not going well. These are all like sort of equidistant. I guess it's like, could be Egypt. Maybe, I guess. Oh. Okay. That's fairly close. It's not Algeria, right? Because it would be a border. We want to go south. Right, because this is way closer. My West African geography is my worst. Oh no, is it going to be like... It's probably here. Maybe Senegal? Oh. Presumably it's here. This is like West Africa is my worst geography. So it's slightly closer than... Okay. What is here? Mauritania? I don't know how to spell that. No, but it wouldn't be because then it would border it. Like Ghana? No, because Ghana's here. Is it Mauritius? Is that how you pronounce it? It's not Mauritania. country is yeah, I guess there is one country in between these, right? Is there? Maybe it's over here. My work memory is also terrible. Fuck. I'm not letting chat help me. What's the country that's around here? Malo. Oh. So Senegal is closer than Mali. So presumably it's like Ivory Coast, maybe? No. No, Morocco is closer than all of these. Like, because Algeria is here, but that would be bordering, right? And a border is different than the distance thing. Because the border just says it's bordering it, right? And it's not... Is it Mauritania? How do you pronounce it? Which is here. And it can't be... This is Gambia, right? Which was a former Portuguese colony. Is it Gambia? No. No, of course, okay. Cape Verde. Oh, there you go. So there was no adjacency. Well, that was terrible. That was a terrible run, chat. Should I play the Biden wave? Thunder? Oh, rotation, okay. Wow, that's goated. Thank you, Fudge. I'm just gonna steal this content. Oh, okay, we're not doing Pokemon. Do we want the little... Okay, framed. Okay, what is this? Oh. No, I couldn't do this. This is not a... Is this general trivia? Okay, I fucking love trivia. This is great. Okay. Wait, what do I... So I click on... Okay, history. Okay, shit. Intervening from 1990... Oh, shit. Oh, I did this wrong. Why did I... Okay, that's better. I fucked up the... Intervening from 1994 to 1995, the U.S. succeeded in reinstating as the president of this... Oh! It's the country that those, like, I baked UFI kids are from. I'm not gonna look at chat. Incredible lore drop. What? Isn't it? It's the island. What is it called? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I'm not gonna look at chat because you guys are gonna give the answer. Like those brothers, they're the grandchild of the like father of that nation, the like president that seceded. I'm fairly certain it's that. Maybe, no, maybe it's a different one. It's Caribbean. Why do I not remember this? No, this isn't. Why do I not know this? No, I'm wrong. Was it just Haiti? Am I stupid? I was thinking of St. Kitts. I was just Haiti. Okay, I'm an idiot. I don't know. I didn't recognize the. Yeah, I'm an idiot. That's very embarrassing. That's extremely embarrassing. Hold on, I'm gonna. Are the ads up? Oh shit! I have to run a pre-roll ad. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then we'll be back. The island nation I was thinking of was St. Kitts, I believe. I think. But obviously it's if it's 94 if it's 95 it's 80 obviously. Grenada was early 80s. Oh, we're still going. Okay. Canned tunas. Okay, I'm going to be so bad at these. That was the only one I had a chance at. It's usually in blue or green tins and has blonde mermaid centered in its logo. I don't fucking know, man. Costco. Pepsi. Just let me pick something. I don't know. Television. Technically a spin-off of this legal drama from a Navy theme that ran on NBC. What is it? And I used to watch NBC. Maybe that's not an American brand. I've never been a tuna person. Drama with a Navy theme that ran on NBC. It's technically a spin-off of this legal drama. I don't know. My defense, I was 7 when this ended. Is it some like Law and Order? No, I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. Movies. Aaron Eckhart and Katie Holmes. I don't know. Okay. After winning American Idol, this singer-songwriter had hits in the 2010s with Home, Gone, 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 and Raging Fire. I don't know. I'm so washed. I like Jeopardy trivia. I don't like whatever's going on here. I don't know. Do I know any of these? I don't know MLB. No, I'm 0. A fat 0 on this one. What's next? New York Times. Oh, Connections. Well, that's a classic. Can I just play these? If I'm not logged in. I do have an account to do these. 0 to 9. I'm cooked. I'm cooked, chat. Okay. Northern Light would never give such a performance. That's because he's wise. And just has lived a long life. He's like he should have like an old man beard. Okay. Have you done this? Oh, I love these. Don't I? No, there's a different one of these that I like. I think maybe I feel like I should do these at the start of the stream. Northern Lion is daddy. I have no Oedipal inclination towards Northern Lion. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Top 5 movies. I don't know any. I don't have any of this knowledge. Costco. I don't know Costco. I don't know movies. Guess the game. This is cool. Okay, I don't know this either. This is too old for me. These are all... I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue what this is. I don't play... What do I do all day? Where do I gain my knowledge? I don't know what that is. I'm having a crisis. No, it's sports. I can maybe do basketball. Movie grid. Oh god, this one is gonna be terrible. I'm very stupid. I'm very smart in one specific thing, which is academic philosophy. I'm not even, and then everything else. Okay. Okay. What do I do?
Flying, a adjective meaning moving or capable of moving in the air. Flying, a adjective meaning moving.
Okay.
Putrid, a adjective meaning being in a state of putrefaction.
My spelling is really terrible. Did I spell putrid wrong? I'm so...
Verbiage.
How do you spell putrid? Putrid? Oh, it's no E. Okay.
Imagined. A verb meaning to form a mental...
I'm bad at spelling.
A adjective meaning agitated with doubt or mental conflict or pain. The word...
That's not how you spell it, is it? I'm so bad at spelling. I don't have any skills. Okay, that's right. Okay, see, I'm second guessing myself.
Pestilence.
Pestilence. No? What did I spell it wrong? Wait, what is it? I just... Wait, P-S-T-I-L-E-N-C. You added an I by accident? Oh. Where did I add an I? I think I just did that by accident. I think I mistyped that, actually. Let's count. That one counts. That one counts. I just didn't double check.
Cabaret.
That's a very classic ADHD test thing where you just don't check your answer.
Sycophant.
Is it that? Yeah.
Cupola.
Don't type it in chat.
Cupola.
I don't know what that is.
Cupola. A noun meaning a rounded vault resting on a usually circular base and forming a roof or a ceiling. The word originates from Latin cupola.
Cupola? Is it not? How do you pronounce it? I guess it's an architecture term?
Caramel.
It doesn't have an H. Oh my god. Oh my god. It doesn't have an H, right? Okay. So that was, the pestilence was wrong, but that was literally because I just didn't look it over. Gaia.
Emolument. A noun meaning the returns arising from office or employment, usually in the form of compensation or perquisites.
Emolument?
Emolument.
I feel like this is a word that I've seen. It's like the Family Guy bit where he's like, he says wind instead of wind. It's like, is what you mean wind? It's like, oh, I've never heard that word said out loud.
Emolument.
How do you spell that? Emolument? Oh, that makes sense. Emoulment. It's like a French word.
Jauntily. An adjective
Oh,
meaning
jauntily.
sprightly in manner or appearance.
It's like this? Yeah.
Plumage. A noun meaning the feathers of a bird.
Plumage.
Merengue. A noun meaning a ballroom dance of Haitian and Dominican origin in two.
No, I'm thinking of... It's not meringue. It's different than that.
Merengue.
Is that it? No. How do you spell that? Is it spelled the same? Oh, I just spelled meringue wrong. I just spelled meringue wrong. Okay, there's a U in there. I'm an idiot. Well, that was embarrassing. It is. I do like this, though. It does show I'm like, it's not a vocab thing, it's a spelling thing. That I get it bad. Like, I have bad results throughout. Because I'm equally as familiar with all the different... Like, yeah, Gaia, I know. Please share. Let me try more. I want to try more.
Embolus. A noun meaning an abnormal particle, such...
Maybe let's move on. Let's try another one. That was my least embarrassing result, which I'm really surprised about. I'm really surprised that the spell check was the least bad performance. Wait, what the fuck are we... I don't know. What did I sign up for? Is this just a... Splitting a long roll and filling it with layers of hot chips? Steak fries, lettuce, tomatoes. Oh. Splitting a long roll and filling it with layers of hot chips. I don't think I'm familiar. Like, it's like a baguette? Like you like wear it, like hollow it out? Because this isn't like... For a second, I thought with this angle that it was going to be like a euro or something. Or like some... like Middle Eastern equivalent. Because sometimes you put fries in those. Oh, you guess where the dish is from. Okay, that's more interesting. But I don't think so. I don't think with the rounded out bread that's the case. I feel like this is European. Layers of hot chips, polony or steak slices. Is this British? I'm sorry. United Kingdom. I'm sorry to anyone. Ice cold. Sorry, you can't see. What does ice cold mean? It's just like, it's way far away. Okay. I'm not gonna watch The Joker. What's the opposite of Britain? I don't know. That's a good question. We're just like, yeah, like African? No, it's cool. And it's too... Who am I getting messages from? I don't know. It's on a different continent. I feel like... I don't know. I'm not good at this one either, chat. Like, surely that's... Like, I'm fairly certain that's not, like, Balkan or Middle East. How close is, like, India? It's still cold. Oh no, Ethiopia is cool. And then India is cold. Is it like South Africa or something? Maybe? Because it gives you the approximation geographically. Oh, there you go. A Gatsby. It looks like white people. You say this as I click South African and Cape Town. Okay. That's actually 3,500. It's my score. Because it's like GeoGuessr. Okay. Baobab leaf powder, water, onions, ground crayfish, ground pepper, groundnut. I'm worried that this is obvious. Pepper, beef, goat milk, vegetable oil. It's like, is Haiti an insane guess here? No, ice cold. Looks Greek. I guess that's just yeah, I guess that's a silly. It's just India? No, it's cold. Is it West African? In Nigeria? Oh yeah, it's Nigeria. There you go. Third guess. 4,000 score. I need to not look at chat. I saw it and I was like, maybe. Baba leaf and then goat meat Muslim diet. Right. Yeah. White rice. I guess you kind of can't see this. Move this around. Is that? White rice, chicken, sausage, soy sauce, eggs, onion, garlic, ginger, bell pepper, green onions. Looks delicious. Sesame oil, vegetable oil, cumin, salt, pepper, cilantro, lime juice. It's like, is Thai a crazy answer here? Like Southeast Asian? We have the plantain. Or is this like, I was gonna say Balkan, but like, maybe the plantain, that's a plantain, isn't it? It's like it's like throwing you off. Chili peppers for heat is very Balkan, but maybe it's also elsewhere. It looks delicious. It looks very yummy. I want it. One of the hard things is that like a lot of dishes, like you can't guess the geography based on like where a plant comes from or where like a ingredient comes from. Is it old world, new world? Because they kind of, what do I want to say here? Is this like Balkan and I don't know it? Is Slovakia an insane? Ice cold. Okay. Maybe it's like Thai. No, it's also ice cold. Maybe it's like. Is it Caribbean? Maybe. Maybe the plantain. I should have known. I'm not looking at chat. Stir fry until you eat it through. Name is revealed after. Oh, okay. Is it Caribbean? Is it West African? Hmm. It's definitely not Vietnamese. I'm looking at chat now. High aspiration for Slovak cuisine, yeah. I just wanted to see if it was around the Balkans. How is it Spanish for rice? Oh yeah. I think it's like would it be like Dominican Republic maybe? That's cool. Okay, it is it's probably like is it Peru maybe? Yeah. Right, I forgot that it was. Okay. Wow. Fried rice is it is like it's a very universal dish. Like that general I mean it's good, it's there for a reason. Why is Haas and Khan back here? What's going on? Oh, this is cool. Okay. Relate. How to play. Identify the artist matchup. Tap on related artists that you think will get you closer to the target artist. Wait, I have no fucking clue. I'm just gonna go. Oh, I see. So you want to get in terms of like features? It's like the Wikipedia thing. This is good. I like this. Oh, fuck. Black Eyed Peas is like too old for me to remember like concretely. Like who's a feature? Like that's it. That is this, right? I'm not getting this wrong. My house featuring girl sweatshirt. Yeah. Is there one person who has? You want to get to Fergie? Oh, but like that is I'm too young to remember. Like what the fuck was Fergie up to? Maybe Childish Gambino. Maybe Kid Cudi is a good way to go. To like Kanye. Kid Cudi Kanye or something. Do we have a Kanye? We have Kids See Ghosts, and then I guess Kids See Ghosts is fine. Like I'm confused as to what. Like Kids See, would that just be Kanye and Cudi? I feel like that's the direction we want to go. I wanted to roll a Kanye here, but I didn't roll. Oh. We're just back where we started, basically. There's no improvement here. Just click Kid Cudi again. Do I get a new roll? Can I roll again? I didn't think Kanye would work with the Black Eyed Peas, but I thought that Kanye is an artist who is long enough, who has been going for long enough, that you might get an old, like more older, like he worked with stuff that would be closer than like Vince Staples. Maybe they must have removed Kanye, because I don't know why I'm not getting Kanye here. Like what like Push maybe? Of all these artists? I don't feel like I'm getting anywhere. Like we are not anywhere closer than we were before. Oh, can I reset? Okay, let's reset. Judge Camino feels better than those options. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Joey Badass. No, I don't think. How many guesses are you supposed to get? Like, should I be there by now? Would anyone who knows music? Okay, let's go to Pusha T again. I don't think. I'm trying to think if maybe Schoolboy Q is like a feature with more. Like YG, maybe YG is better. It's overlapping fan base? Oh. Oh. Okay. What is the Black Eyed Peas fan base? Oh, I guess it's like listenership? I don't know then. I have no clue then. I feel like am I going the wrong direction? Like, is Childish Gambino is closer than YG? Maybe? Okay. Should I reset? Oh, this is terrible. Hey, maybe Steve Lacy. Kali Uchis. Like, maybe this way is better? Daniel Caesar. I don't know. Who's Bruno Major? I've never. Would Miguel maybe? Is that crazy? Like maybe Frank Ocean's better. You think her? Maybe. No, I don't know. I think. Oh, this was not the right option. This is not the right option. Maybe that was. Okay. I'll try her. I feel like this is warmer. Yeah, who's more mainstream pop, I guess? Maybe Miguel is better then. Is Wale a crazy one? I feel like Wale. Maybe? Maybe it's Jhené Aiko. It's better. No, I don't think that worked. No, I think that's the wrong. Ugh. Do I restart again? God damn it. God fucking damn it. I think this was fine. Steve Lacy, like Frank Ocean. Miguel. Oh, hint. Black Eyed Peas related artists. Oh, but we could go like, oh, Pharrell. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I kind of see how I can get there. Oh, within Timbaland? I feel like the ones we want would be like Pharrell or Timbaland or Florida. I feel like I could see that. Jhené. Oh, this isn't right. Grayson Tiller? Any 2000s pop? Maybe him? Like Party Next Door? Or T.Y. Dollar Sign, maybe? Is this the right direction? I feel like we're getting older. I don't think this is working. I think I'm cooked. Fetty Wap. This is older. We wanted to get to like Timbaland maybe? I don't know if that's... I don't think this is working. Is this another pestilence situation? Why? There's... Would Diddy be the right answer? It's crazy they removed Kanye and not Diddy. Maybe, oh no, T-Pain is much better, you're right. Like... Like Luda? No, Jamie Foxx. I think that like... Oh, Robin Thicke. Okay, we're starting to get to... There you go, Pharrell. will.i.am. Oh, I missed it. I literally missed it. Okay, I did it. We did it. That was terrible. Okay. I did predict... I mean, my prediction for the US election is I don't fucking know. Try finger butthole. Yeah, exactly. The map I had was this. So I don't know. Maybe. I think it's really close. I think a lot of these are way too fucking close to call. PA, even Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, this is very optimistic. North Carolina and Georgia as well. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Nevada too. Are like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. You can extrapolate a solid answer from the polling. Because there's honestly, people were saying, well, we're fucked because there's probably a polling error like against Trump as there was in the last 2 elections. Like they undervalued Trump. But I remember I was seeing Tingermentum talk about how like possibly the main or like polling error during 2020 was COVID related. Like Trump's approval rating was certainly higher than we thought it was in 2020. And like pollsters freaked out again about that. And they've been trying to be more conservative in how they deal with data. Like they're like, well, clearly we had a polling error in 2020. We need to adjust. And it's possible that they did that despite the fact that that polling error has smoothened out because like we no longer have lockdowns. So it's possible that it's a, I mean, it could be skewed again in Trump's favor in terms of like, but it could be like skewed in Kamala's favor too. It's I don't know. No one knows. It's getting tighter like as it gets closer to the race, I think. All right, what is this? Sort these songs, given lyrics from the Weird Al parody of them in order of their release date, starting with the latest. So Another One Bites the Dust. I actually don't know this one. This is Like a Virgin. Tell Me Why I Need Another Pet Rock. Tell Me Why? Yeah, it's that one. I'll ice any trivia kids you bring on. I'm fluent in JavaScript as well as Klingon. I don't know. I actually don't know that one. As I Walk Through the Valley Where I Harvest My Grain. It's a classic. That's Gangster's Paradise. I do not have a sense of time. Another One Rides the Bus is probably the latest. I don't know. This is something... Is this like a Jesus related? Texas will be close to flip you out of your mind, Linda. I'm sorry. Texas is not going to be close. Or the polling data does not indicate that. Is it Iggy Azalea? Okay. Harvest My... It's Gangster's Paradise. That's after this one, right? I'll put This Is My Real Order. First Things First, I'm a Craftsman. I don't know, like a virgin. Like a virgin is here. I think it's after Another One Bites the Dust. I don't know what these are. This is a... Oh, it's Fancy. So it's earlier. Or latest. Sorry, I'm doing it in the reverse way. Right? This is the most recent. Like a Virgin is here. This is the most recent. Gangster's Paradise is, I think, here. Tell me. Is this 90s? So it's here, maybe? Is that it? Oh wow, I was almost completely right. I was only wow. That's not bad. I'm actually very happy with that, given how I was born in 1998. That's very impressive. Oh, this one I'm going to be terrible at. Okay, so I guess the song. God bless Big Pharma. Thank you for the prime. If you like the stream, make sure to... I don't know. This one's not going to be good. Let's go next. This one's not going to be good. I'm very mature for my age. I'm not going to look at chat now. Oh. Oh, what is this? Okay, I definitely recognize this. I think I have to skip. What is this? I don't know. Maybe I don't recognize this. Okay, I gotta keep going. Really not giving me anything else. I actually don't fucking know. I don't know. I have no clue. I have no I have no fucking clue whatsoever. In my defense, I was born 20... I'm washed. I was born 20 years after this. Weird Al Yankovic. No, who is it? Patti Smith. I don't know who that is. I actually don't know who that is. Is that fucked up? Couldn't tell you. Could not tell you who that is. I'm missing out. Okay, I will take your word for it. What did I miss? Is there any trivia stuff? I need to redeem myself at trivia. Oh no. Maybe I won't. Oh no. Eve's third son. I wish I wasn't. There's some on Northernlands list? I thought I did one of them. Did I miss stuff? Oh, let's see. Okay, let's do this then. Name countries to travel from the start country. Oh, this is cool. Okay, this is one I'm good at. This is one I'll be good at. I promise. Denmark, East Timor. Okay. Obviously Russia. I'm trying to think of my plan to maximize it. East Timor, I guess presumably East Timor borders Indonesia, right? Like, because you'd want to get to Malaysia. Like, Russia, China, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia? Is that the best way? Presumably. Because you have to go through Russia. That's the fastest. Yeah, I think so. Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. Norway. Norway, Denmark. Wow. Okay, Norway first and then Denmark. Oh, no, all right, I'm washed. Sweden, Norway, Denmark. I don't know why I thought, okay, I'm washed. And then China. Why am I so red? It's because my lighting's weird. Because it got darker. What if I do this? I need to do these. You know what I should do next time? I'll start this stream doing these. So I still have Vyvanse. Because this is very embarrassing. And then just the thing I said before. Would it be quicker? I think just Vietnam. And then Thailand. Fredley, thank you. Oh, I'm washed. So I could have just done Laos, Thailand instead of Vietnam, Thailand. Of course they don't have a border. And then Malaysia. And then Indonesia. Wow, that was still embarrassing somehow. Fredley, thank you for the prime. For some reason, I processed Denmark as Norway. Is there any better? I mean, obviously the Vietnam-Laos thing is I'm washed. I'm incredibly washed. But I think that's the best route. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, these are all green. I guess that's optimal. I don't know. Daily travel game where you put your geography. Guess a country for each box in the board that matches the criteria specified in the box's row and column categories. Cool. Okay. Cool. Top 20 annual tour visits in Asia. So probably China. Yeah. Surely. Oh, can you not? You can't use, like, I can't use China twice. I see. Well, then it's probably this one then. You only get one per country. Cool. Okay, cool. I'm a Twitter goat. I'm happy to hear that. Then I'll just do Japan, China here. I would assume Japan is top 20. I would assume, yeah. And then China. It's better if it's rare. Oh, you get more points if it's rare. That's cool. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, shoot. Well, that one's somehow that's uncommon for that one. Flag with only 3 colors. Flag knowledge. I'm summoning my flag knowledge. Only 3 colors. Flags in Asia. Like Jordan would be a good one. I like Jordan, right? Because it's the Pan-African, or not Pan-African, the Pan-Arab colors. What? Am I crazy? It's not 3 colors? It's in Asia. It is in Asia, objectively. That is... Am I crazy? Jordan flag. Oh, it is 4 colors. It's not 3, it's 4. Of course. Of course. I thought I was being fancy. I thought I was being fancy, but I'm actually washed. Trying to picture flags. 3 colors. I'm gonna pick a rare one to redeem myself. Saudi Arabia doesn't. God, what is the flag of Yemen is red and white? That's so weird that I'm trying to picture the colors of flags, and I get the general sense, but then I don't know. I think I have a very weak imagination. You know, like the apple picturing thing. I'm fairly certain it's not very strong. Like my visual imagination. I guess Afghanistan is 1. Yeah, I can just imagine. I feel like I can imagine like shapes. Thailand has 3, doesn't it? Am I crazy? Yeah, it is 3. Okay. What is the Saudi Arabia flag? It just has 2. The Iraq flag. Would the Iraq flag have worked? No, it's also 3. It's also 4 because it's the Pan-Arab colors. Okay. I should have thought of these. Top 20 tourist arrivals is a monarchy also applies to Japan. United Kingdom? I should have thought of Southeast Asia more. Is a monarchy top 20? What are the monarchies in the world? I feel like is United Kingdom. I guess people do. I don't know if Denmark or Norway or Sweden would work. I just think United Kingdom. United Kingdom. Yeah. Is a monarchy flag with only 3 colors? Fuck. Oh no. Has hosted the men's FIFA World Cup is also tricky. Has hosted the men's FIFA World Cup. Who has hosted the men's FIFA World Cup in general? I guess France, like surely France. Me, Smiley. Area greater than 500, like Brazil? Okay. I didn't steal that one from chat. Hello? Oh, I can't spell anything. This is embarrassing. No, that's because Chatter spelled it wrong. It's not my fault. Because I has hosted the men's FIFA World Cup, top 20 annual tourist. I think like who would be top 20? It's like surely Germany is there. Is a monarchy flag with only 3 colors, which also works for Thailand. But we already used that. Is a monarchy area greater than 500 kilometers? Oh, maybe we should have put Japan here. Because that's really easy. Top 20 in Asia. Oh yeah, Canada. We are a monarchy. I forgot. I forgot that we are a monarchy. I forgot the country that I live in has a king. Remember that? Isn't that funny? Is a monarchy flag with only 3 colors? Denmark, like the Scandinavian ones have 2, right? Am I crazy? Monarchy. What are the monarchies in the world? Saudi Arabia is not one. because it's got 2 colors. Where else has a king? Fuck. Am I cooked? Spain? What is Spain's? No, Spain has a monarchy. And it's fine. Right? Am I stupid? No, I didn't think about it. No, of course it has a billion colors. Yeah. It would have 2 or it'd have a billion. I'm so washed. Sweden flag. No, Sweden is only 2, of course. What is an answer to that? Did I fuck myself? The stupid coat of arms. Norway flag. Oh, Norway would be 3. You're right, because it's the weird, yeah. I was like, no, the Scandinavian ones have 2. Oh, I'm fucking washed. I'm gonna do these at the start of the stream next time when my Vyvanse is still and I haven't exhausted myself. So that I'm not embarrassed. This is embarrassing. What are the trivia? Oh yeah. What was the other daily trivia? Oh yeah, I didn't know this one. It's not Moses. Is it Abel? No, it's Seth. What country was the phrase trick or treated first used? Surely it's the United States. It's Canada? We did that? Gargamel's robe. I never watched. Is it blue? I'm so washed. 30% of a shark's body mass? Is it the heart? The liver? Is it blue? Okay. It's just not my day. What? What substance does a platypus sweat? I love... I'm gonna do... This is a weird... What is it? Wait, what substance? The most tigers? Presumably India. What? Is it Russia? Wait, what are the other options? Is it the USA? That's so fucking stupid. No, it's not. Surely not. Indonesia? Are there tigers in Indonesia? What is the... Sumatran tiger? Oh. I guess so. Presumably it's Indonesia then. Company's the largest toy distributor. I was gonna say McDonald's, but I don't think anymore. Would it just... Because I feel like they don't do that anymore. What is that? Hasbro? It doesn't tell me. I'm so mad. I don't know, man. A blocker, a pivot, and a jammer. Roller derby. Notorious gangsters successfully always with the addition of expiry dates to be put on milk. See, that's like a fun fact. I would assume it's like Capone. Cynophobia? Cyno. I wonder what the Latin prefix is there. It wouldn't be dogs, I don't think. Or rain. I think it's these two. Is it surgeries? What is it? Is it? Oh, it's Greek. It's not Latin. That's why. I'm an idiot. God damn it. Cynic like a dog. Technology company? Presumably it's Samsung. Consumes the most chocolate per capita? Switzerland? Yeah. Which one of these products is very flammable? I think it's coffee creamer, yeah. Shaggy's real name. It's because I know Scooby-Doo's name is Scoobert Doobert, but I don't know Shaggy's name. I only know Scoobert Doobert. I don't know. That one wasn't bad. I'm improving. Is it Norville? That's ridiculous. I should have assumed it was a ridiculous one. Sorry, this is just a basic math question. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. Alright, I need to do these on 5 cents. A bat and a ball cost $1.10. The bat is $1, and then the ball is 10 cents. Because I know it's obvious, but wait, what? Alright, Alright, we're done here. It's 5 cents? Alright, we're done here. I'm leaving. We're done here. I'm only gonna do this when my 5 cents is on. Emergency stream cancellation. No, I've been streaming for 6 hours. No, yeah, 5 cents, 105, because it adds up. Yeah, no, I got it. Because if it's 10 cents, then it'd be 110, and then it would be 120. It's a very basic math question. I got it. Actually, no one's streaming right now. Let's see you try it, smart guy. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Actually, I can't say what I want to do to myself on Twitch, because that's TOS. Yeah, subscribe to the stream if you enjoy me embarrassing myself with basic 5th grade math questions. Join the Discord, it'll ping you when I go live. When will I be live? I'll probably take a break tomorrow and then come back on Monday. Yeah. Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm trying to stream like 20 hours a week. Yeah, the Biden count should have been more than 3. Yeah, good night.